Streamlabs has caused me to do things. It's been about a month. We had a few Saturday things to do. We took the time to do a bunch of stuff. Captio's Puck ran a one-shot. I don't think we streamed any of that, right? We just did it like completely offline. It was your first time. So first off, welcome to DMing. Yeah, D&D. Every player, in my opinion, is a DM waiting to DM. Most DMs are people that play their players through NPCs, which is why I have like a bar of 4 NPCs off to the left, right? That said, only 2 of them are with you. You guys lost a lot of people along the way, which is a constant Arhor'ha theme. There's a lot to recap as a result. I will not do trivia because we had a lot between a month. What we did do that is not reflected in the streams is we did a epic shit ton of text RP and review and recap and a bit planning as this season follows a very 3-arc story and prepares for the 10th season, which will be a big how to do. Stay tuned more for that, as that will be our 10th season for over 5 years of doing Arhor'ha. It is intense, but that's the future. This is now. For everyone's trivia, normally go ahead and everyone pick a 50 experience, which is about what you'd pick up anyway for participating in trivia. And instead, let's focus more on the recap.
Experience for existing.
Experience for existing. It's your participation trophy. In fact, maybe I should make that less XP. But if that's the case, since you're all of the hype train, go ahead and start us up on recap.
Yeah!
So now you gotta work for your XP.
Oh, fuck.
Clip that.
I'm here to support you. You got this.
There we were.
Good.
And scene.
There was things, they happened, we moved past them.
How far back do you want me to recap?
Let's see. The last session.
We're running down the thing after the short rest. So
after the time warp situation, the wish.
Yeah, because that's where the session started with time got reset, and we were all in there, so we were about to face off with Shirley and figure out the portal.
Yeah, I'm feeling this is going to be a group effort for the recap, but we'll use the voice as narrated by Sin Thatcher.
All right, so we... Oh, fuck, this is not good. So we ran down the...
tunnel.
the cave thing. We're all in there.
Down the deep dark tunnel.
It's true.
Yes. Where Shirley is, Paulo, and Ozzy are gone, and it's Ty, right?
Shirley was still there.
Shirley
was still
looking up the
It was
wall.
Ozzy and Paolo that were no longer there.
Okay. So we engage combat with Shirley at this point.
Ty tried to investigate Shirley
Fuck,
with
that's right.
violence.
Yes, so he goes up and he's like, what are you doing? He's doing a really bad job at it because it's Ty. And Sin also goes up there, and there's that portal that's in this cave that is very terrifying looking. We assumed it was coming from Avernus. I know that a rock was thrown in there and it came flying back out experiment that we did. Right?
The Umbrella
This is-
Academy.
Yeah.
They could see us, we couldn't see them.
Yeah,
Right.
it was essentially like there's a portal here and there's a portal here. One side going in, one side going out, like kind of back to back.
The way I think about it is Dragon Prince in that one portal.
Yeah.
Definitely a good
Okay.
choice.
Because they could only see one way at a certain point in time, if you recall.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
So-
I was gonna say, Alexa picked up that Shirley was stalling for some reason.
Right. And at that point, a bone creature thing comes crawling out of the portal.
Yeah.
And it's absolutely terrifying. And that's when we engage in a fight with it. And that's as far as my memory takes me.
So I can pick up from there and help a little bit. So
Sin's like, and I'm done. It's time for dumplings.
it's like we got this.
Tap
Creature
out.
came out. So then the bone creature came out, and for the most part, we're keeping a distance while Sin's the only one really engaging with like the devil. Like we're trying to like hit it, but she's the only one getting hit by it because you're the only one like up close and personal with it.
Right.
And like Alexa was trying to figure out, oh, is this kind of like the thing in Freeport where that like Clyde had to deal with, where like you had to kill the creature to like, was that the anchor? And I think we did figure out that yes, that was the anchor, that it did have to die for the portal to close, but also that Captios had to look into the book that Paolo gave him to figure out a way to close the portal. And he found out that he needed to get the energy, or siphon the power from as many, from like draconic, celestial, I think also, oh dear God, what is that word? Infernal powers he could. So then like Del gave him some of his power, which we were trying to figure out what does that mean for a while. Like, how do I give you power?
Led to a lot of sexual innuendo.
Yeah,
Indeed.
and then like Solus also lent power. And then Alexa kind of like guarded him as he was going through trying to close the portal, like taking that time. Similar to like what we've seen Paolo do, where he has to cast a big spell. And we really just have to get stuff through and get time by. And so we're going and we're trying to help get this, bone creature down, and Sin just gradually keeps going lower and lower in health. And, we're successfully kind of going through, but then like Alexa's really noticing just how much of a beating Sin is taking, to the point that she's really worried that Sin is going to go down because she's the only one taking damage. So she goes up behind Sin and turns Sin invisible. Because she's really,
right.
she was really worried that was gonna be like the last hit that Sin was gonna take. She'd already dealt with so much. Coming in, she turned Sin invisible and told Sin to run, because Alexa had full health at that time, so she thought she'd be fine. And then the bone devil thingy, it was like its last hurrah, because we were able to close down the portal at that point. And it's like, well, you know what I'm gonna do? It, of course, because everything just likes to stab Alexa in the stomach. It's the cool thing to do.
The squishy bits. Mm-hmm.
Like they find her squishy bits and it's her stomach. And so it stabbed her in the stomach and grabbed hold of her and was going to pull her into the portal. And she's unconscious at that point because, huge thing in her stomach. I know, there's no good way. It's like Alien. There's And so it starts pulling her in. So then the party works together to get the arm, I guess, off the creature before it sucks her into the portal wherever it's going. And like they successfully do that, and she's kind of like pinned up against the wall because that's how physics happened. And so she's laying there. They were able to close the portal, and I think Shirley, of what I remember, seemed dead or dormant, if that's the right term for it. Like I think we looked in to make sure that she wasn't going to come back, but like it seemed like that was like either where she was pulling power or that was enough to kind of take her down.
Yeah, dead. And the source of the power had nothing to do with like infernals and all that so much as sources, because Del was Rolf rather was a sorcerer, so he was his own source of magic.
Oh, okay.
And
So it's just sources of magic.
Same things with Solus. She was her own, like, a sorcerer.
Oh, I think I just assumed
then-
that you needed certain sources
And
of
Willis,
magic.
And
Willis,
Willis, who is
Willis,
also
yeah.
like a source of magic.
I think I just assumed it needed to be certain kinds of magic versus what actually it was.
Yep. Yeah, it's an important nuance as you're traveling with Gig, and lots of people are affected by his source of magic.
Gig's just chaos. My source of magic is chaos. So then Captios kind of pleads with Ty to help bring Alexa
Rolf.
back.
It was Rolf.
Oh, it's Rolf. I apologize.
Which is like-
Rolf.
The only reason is because it's a huge turning point in his like character arc.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Pleads with Ty to bring Alexa, to heal her. Like, you have to have something, anything. And I think, right, because then there was like the whole pull of like, hey, have you seen my dragon dad? He's
Yeah,
just
exactly.
Yes, huge turning point
Oh.
from being like a merchant's throwaway son to being involved in politics of like high-end dragons.
Mhm.
I invoked the name of Landsight as his vassal to formally request aid from Ty Targaryen.
I just imagine Lancite like drunkenly flying up in the sky, like, "You got it, buddy. You got
Hey,
this."
you're learning.
Not too far from the truth.
Right?
You didn't say it loud enough, Alexa.
I'm so sorry. I've only got so much
You gotta-
loud
you gotta
energy today.
bellow.
And so Ty almost begrudgingly he says like, "All right, I'll do it." And so he heals Alexa for like 50 health points, and there's just Soulless going over there like, I can heal too. I'm gonna heal too. It's not as much. I'm gonna do it. So that she goes in and she tries to heal. And so she's been working on Alexa, trying to heal her up, and then Rolf almost insults Ty,
No, that was you.
That was you.
and then me. Well, because you said that like you like went down to me, and then it's like, "I'm not a dragon." She's like, "Oh shit. Yep, you got this."
It was more like he was looking for like some sort of thanks from you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Like, yeah. And
You-
you know,
you did not.
yeah. Like I saved your life, like you're just kinda chilling there. It's like, oh, I expected this of you, and
Yeah.
Oh no, see,
Take it, Ned
that's
Stark.
fair. I think at the very beginning I thanked him, but he is Ty. He demands.
No, you
the
need
correct-
to lavish him in praise.
Yeah, he needs the correct amount
This
of
is
thanks.
dragons
Please
are extremely
provide me the
arrogant.
correct-
Ty is no exception. In fact,
he
probably
asked
less.
if you were my servant or something along
Yeah.
those lines.
Yeah, yeah, that was all. Yeah.
And then
Give
I'm
me
like, no, like
compliments. I need compliments.
It's a quick way to. I think that's just like the language of the dragon, like using nouns and verbs. Compliments are in there just every now
Give me
and then.
compliments.
It's like improper grammar at a certain point if you don't sprinkle them in.
Yeah. And then, so we're all like adjusting and trying to be like, okay, what do we do now? But then, all of a sudden, big boom, yeah, sound,
Well,
loud
before
sound.
we leave there, since it was a dense thing, is there anyone want to cover for the part of I entered the cave and I left the cave?
Yes, that's true.
Because like
Yeah.
you almost like skeeted over like Rolf's big character development. There was
That's
stuff
fair.
for pretty much everybody in that time
Yeah.
frame.
So I think there were a couple things in there. One, Ty and Willis were with us, right? And that's
Mhm.
huge because they could have basically been like, we're gonna go back fight in the clouds, like we'll figure out how to get back up, but they chose to stay with us because Paulo was with us for a while, etc. And I think at this point, Rolf and Ty have a pretty interesting connection that can be
Yeah.
leveraged maybe in the future. And Willis and Capios have a very
Or, like,
interesting
best
connection that
buds.
can be leveraged in the future, right?
Mhm.
Because like we're gonna need their help down the line.
Yeah.
Ty was helping with the Bone Devil. He took actually a significant amount of the damage.
the tail.
The tail.
Oh, right,
Yep.
yeah, he was fighting the tail.
Yeah, there was no
And, like,
mechanics
that-
behind this because we're a storytelling system.
Right.
But
And like there's a tail and there's like the front of the Bone Devil, and Ty was handling the more dangerous side of the thing that was just kind of, and that's what actually pierced Alexa.
yeah,
like the-
Alexa
Alexa-
got both sides effectively, which is why I
Yeah.
was like, oh, it's okay. It's like, well, Sin's pretty beefy, and you got both sides at once.
Yeah.
Mechanically, that damage resistance came in super handy for you, Sin.
Yeah,
Really,
huge.
yeah.
Also huge
Yeah.
for Sin. I think Buck mentioned that like it's funny how like Sin was able to go multiple rounds with the Bone Devil, and then
And then just
anyone
took
else
Alexa, like,
Would
1
have been
second.
shredded.
exactly, which is like pretty
Yeah. So
classic Sin.
yeah, thematically, it's just she's just tanking it up. Not to go full
Classic
like
murder
FF Sin,
Sin.
but it's very. It was almost an ode to some of the stuff that we do with our like RIP characters. Otherwise, like literally, anyone else would just get shredded in 2-3 hits. Tank Sinosaurus here is just going ham against it.
Dinosaurs, love it.
Sinosaurus. Okay, I dig it. Not
When we
as-
polymorph you, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna make you a Sinosaurus. It'll just have Sin's head on a T-Rex.
that's-
Little arms. And like she just
Alright, this is what
holds.
you're gonna do.
She just
Take
holds
that
the wraith in her mouth and just.
Just take
I
the
love
portrait
this.
that you just had done and then just add a T-Rex body on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's
Chippies to be drawn later.
Gotta get a
What else
plush of that.
happened? The Bone Devil. Captio saved a piece of the Bone Devil. I don't know if that's going to be helpful in the future, but
we're
you
gonna
know.
find out.
we're going to find out.
We did leave the remains of Shirley. We did not
leave
decide.
the remains of Shirley. And she is like dead in the sense of I think parts of her body were in the wrong places, right?
She was shredded,
Shattered.
effectively.
Yeah.
It's like taking a plant and putting it through like a mulcher or something like that.
Yeah.
Her organic bits exist in shreds.
Yeah.
Tatters, you say?
And yeah, I think that's those are like the big.
Yeah, there's one I actually remembered as I was going through, which probably is going to be important, or at least it's been hinted that it might be important for like Alexa's development, was that she stepped in front of the bone creature
Ford,
because of Ford. Like the idea that
From an
she needed
earlier
to be,
scene. Yeah.
Yeah, like that she needed to be both Ford and Alexa, and that was something that Ford would do. And she's carrying around Ford's soul. And all I've got was Ford will remember this. So.
Telltale.
Ford will remember this. So
We also glossed over the part how Cap requested the book to find out how to do this.
yeah,
Yep.
that was one of the things that like he
That's
only
right.
wants to. He was worried that Geek would get a hold of the book, so Alexa's been holding on to it. And he requested it because he remembered Hallow mentioning that in the book was a way to close portals.
And
something about
Captius is the
portals.
only one who actually remembers the original scene
Yes.
before the wish spell. Right.
Yeah.
Anything else from scene of enter cave to scene end of leave cave?
Well, I know there's the sounds and stuff, which then leads into
Why you left the cave.
Text RP. So I will have.
And there's plenty there because there are hits on lots, right?
Yeah, so
you
I will
left
have
the cave
either.
in text RP.
I'll have either Cap or Wolf take that over. 'Cause I feel like Sin and I got the session.
I did nothing. That was all you, actually.
Yeah, I can.
She provided
I can
moral
help it.
support and she passed the baton. And we'll have a little doodle of like Sinosaurus.
We've got
These are
a.
the important things. Which Fred will be done soon, I'm thinking.
Oh
It's
yeah,
halfway through the
I don't know
month.
if we did mention that. So we're big fans. Big fans. I don't think they know who we
huge
are.
fans.
We are huge fans of Drawfee. So me and Emma subs their Patreon based on stuff that are going on, and in one of their subs was they'll do a doodle. So I haven't yet engaged to do anything because I've been a bit busy.
I figured.
But from our Hydra battle and the lulls that came out of all of the Hydra stuff, they're doing a doodle of the Hydra with the Fred head.
3 heads and Fred.
3 heads and Fred.
I was very specific with how Fred should look.
So there'll be
It's
one
awesome.
Lapras derp head.
Yep, just going out, just going crazy.
So excited.
I am pretty excited since they're very fun artists.
Yeah, and I asked for Nathan to do it, and he usually does. He's really good at like dinosaur heads and stuff, so I figured he'd be good at a Hydra.
Now, a lot of
and
them
a
are
dirt
very
head.
into D&D too, so I'm very excited to see what they put out for that. And
Oh,
when
yeah,
I
they-
get off of my butt, I will suggest something, and you guys are welcome to help me with what you'd like doodled up.
Yeah, they
from
typically
them.
do like combi stuff. So if you can think of something that you think would be really entertaining for them to doodle, let us know. I just wanted to see the 3 heads and Fred.
Yeah, I'll probably do
Yeah.
something that's like more of the monsters, the things that you fight, depending, because we're doing a lot more with like
Yeah, because they
character
can do
stuff. Yeah.
serious stuff.
They can.
So I just really wanted to see Fred.
But they have a lot of fun. They're funny. The draws are just crazy. Anyway, that's a segue.
Yeah.
We've gone too much on that topic.
Oh,
Let's go into like there was a lot that happened in the text RP. Everything prior to leaving the cave.
Yeah, I can jump in for that before
Yeah.
leaving the cave part. So yeah, there's still thunder crashing outside. Ty and Willis are like, we're getting out of here because we need to help our people. And so they basically, they're leaving, and Captio's clairvoyance is out, so he starts to see what's going on outside. Okay, so scene, right? Alexa and Sin are like against a wall on the far side of the cave, just like very exhausted.
Yeah, super tired.
Solus is like, puttering around them, doing her thing. Rolf is like, actually, what was Rolf doing?
He was kind of just hanging back, like taking stock of the situation.
I think at some point didn't he try to get parts of Shirley?
He
Yeah,
was
looking
looking
at
at Shirley
Shirley.
for a bit, trying to figure out where's the next play. He looked at his compass; it was still spinning in circles, so he knew that like
Yep.
vaguely the right area. So a little bit on guard because it felt like things didn't finish.
And so Captios, in the meantime, the clairvoyance is out, sees a scene where the sky basically is cleared up. They're chasing, you can see the dragons are chasing the black dragon away. And also what you see Paulo lying in a puddle with Reap in his chest, and then Gig sitting over him on the side of the puddle. And it's a giant crater, so it's basically like he was an asteroid as he came down to like created a crater, and then that's like where it switches over to the text RP specifically, which Capio starts to hear, which is Gig and Paulo talking. It's kind of hard to, like, without going too deep into it, it's kind of hard to like explain how they were feeling. But Paulo's being Paulo, he's like, this is the end for me, in like his stoic way, and he talks a lot about how he touched the positive plane, right? And all of that, he's basically a conduit for the positive plane, and all of that energy has slowly been burning away his soul, and eventually he was going to like go. Like he was not like a perpetual I mean, he is immortal, but as an immortal body, it wasn't going to last forever because of his conduitness to the positive plane. The minute he takes Reap out, if he tries to continue to survive, they're like, basically it's like an atomic bomb going off. Like if he doesn't take that energy away, it's gonna be very bad for Arhor'ha. Gig is there. Gig is like talking to him about how he won, which is like going back to that whole concept of like they're just literally in a giant punked episode. Like this whole 5 seasons has been a giant punked episode for them. Paulo obviously is doing his like,
it is so accurate.
Paulo's doing his like, did you have fun? I'm glad you had fun. and Gig is just like getting more and more angry. Not angry, but he's annoyed, right? He wants Paulo to just like agree that Gig is better, and that like but at the same time he realizes this is actually the end. Like Paulo as Paulo is no longer going to exist. The one person that understands him, that's been there for everything, is no longer going to exist. And he's not very happy.
My heart. You haven't even started playing yet.
Review of season 10.
We don't just want to start out with feelings.
Oh yeah. Dell's got it right there. Preview of season 10. Every other session. Go ahead, Puck.
Sorry.
And Gig obviously is like, let's make a deal. Like, let's figure out how to get out of this so that you can continue to exist. Think about Alexa, Cassandra, Captios, Pisces, all of these like people that are relying on you here on this world. And he's like, they have hope, they'll be fine. Like, they don't need me, they don't need you anymore because they have hope. And it starts to allude a little bit into what's going to happen in season 10. The whole point of Paulo existing, still staying on this earth, trying to help people. Like, he realizes or at least in his own mind, he has rationalized his own end by saying they don't need me anymore. Like, they don't need me, they don't need you, Gig. Like, they stand, like, they fall, they stand up, they keep going. Like, and Gig is like, take a deal. And Paulo goes back to the whole, you're supposed to offer me a deal, I'm supposed to reject it, and that's just the way of things. Like, that is just how the world works. And then he basically ends by saying, come find me when you're ready, and I'll leave a candle burning.
Mm-hmm.
I'll leave a light on.
And the really depressing thing of, I don't regret saving you.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of it. We'll just have to.
There's a lot of emotions.
Yeah.
And then he pulls Reap out and effectively takes all the energy and goes into the stars. Like it's unclear. Like
No.
the idea is that he's not dead, but he's not here.
We have to also get
Yeah.
for season 10 a tears meter. Yeah. Works very well for the song we picked. I think it was Linkin Park Iridescent. Yeah.
Hmm.
And then there's a flash outside the cave, and then that's when Captios's thing like turns off too.
Then the players get involved with the response to that because Captios has quite an emotional reaction to that piece, and everyone else is like, "What?"
Yes, because at that point Captios is like crying, like he's bawling his eyes out, and he basically reiterates what happened, and everyone is taking it in their own way, right? Like Sin, it's hard to say. Like I think she's a harder character to read as a like how she's actually processing, because she doesn't really process it, right? She just kind of says from a top level, and then Sin.
I want to hear Sin. I want to hear Sin
yeah.
talk about this. How did Sin process that?
Well, I mean, he was there and he helped with Solus, right? So, in that sense,
Because Sin had a very
I don't-
conflicted relationship with Paolo with the whole entire check
yeah.
rolls and shit.
So because like she hated his guts for like the longest time since he put the shackles on her, and then with the Solus thing, it kind of like made her like okay, well maybe you're not too much of an asshole. I guess
Yeah. There.
I guess this is fine. Whatever.
I guess speed limits are acceptable.
But no, that's kind of she's not as sad as the rest of the party about it. But she sees everybody else being upset about it, so that kind of like hurts her as well.
Mm-hmm.
Especially Solus. She's really worried about her.
Yep.
Fair point.
Everything is fine. No, everything's fine. I'm like, everything's fine.
I think she's just trying to like act like everything's just like the same as it was.
But it's not.
Right.
Even though it's not, like she's just like, all right, this happened, keep on going, just kind of like not trying to.
Which is really an opportunity to get along well with Rolf, since Rolf's very pragmatic.
Yeah, I mean, Rolf didn't have a terribly complex relationship with Paulo. I mean, he got gifted a compass, asked to accompany you guys, and that's literally his only interaction.
Yeah, one day. What's up, dude?
Yeah. like 10 hours. It's like, oh, it's like a cat you find on the street. Like,
Yeah.
I hope you're doing okay, bud. But
It's what is it? It's
not
like the
taking-
movie you watch where something important happens in the beginning and you don't understand why it's important until the end, and then you rewatch the movie.
yeah.
Yeah.
So Rolf is concerned about like the party's feelings. He sees the party is definitely distraught, and each has a very personal connection with him. But he's looking like, hey, like this is a war zone. We should probably like not
Keep
stay
it
here
moving.
too long.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, hell, Ty and Willis are already ahead on that piece. Like, yep, it's
Yeah,
a
they're
war
like,
zone. We gotta
"Bye."
go back to the front. Peace.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Very, very
So-
draconic in nature. Yeah.
We're definitely like battered and broken. Like Alexa literally just died. Like, didn't you crit a death roll or something like that? Like,
No, I never got to the point of like dying.
You did do
Oh.
death saves, though.
I did do death saves, but yeah, like I didn't.
Yeah, that'd been really bad timing
did.
to die right then and there, by the way.
Yeah, it would have real sucked. Real,
Yeah.
real sucked at that point.
considering the change now that like
Yeah, which we'll get into like
yeah.
post cave times, right? So that's how Sin's like, I'm not as affected, but I'm was it by proxy affected? Captios is directly affected because I think what would Cap say is a lot of a father figure
Yeah.
to Captios. Rolf, understandably, it's like, I've known you for like 10 hours, man. You're obviously some big fucking deal, but that's about it. I'm otherwise reading the room in the situation. Alexa, how did you process? Considering like you were unconscious for like tidbits of it, so you're like in the
Yeah.
ICU.
Well, so she could tell that something was going to happen because of the way Paolo was acting. I think like Captios even brought it up too. Like Paolo was acting like a weird way like giving gifts in like kind of like an obvious way of like the idea of something might happen.
Santa Claus.
Yeah, but the thing is, you don't remember
Oh no,
what
like
happened down
from
in the
before
cave.
that.
Yeah.
Because like he's like she had a feeling that something was going to happen, but I think she always just told herself that like Paolo was just never going to die.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where like you just seem like, oh, he's probably just going to like disappear for a little bit, but like so
He's a Gandalf. He'll like
yeah, like he'll come back as you know, Paolo the even more white.
Yeah.
Paolo the
translucent.
Paolo the translucent.
Good.
It'll be fine. So when she heard that, it was kind of like I think the way I described it was like her world kind of like collapsing, and on itself, like stuff just didn't make sense.
Harry Potter reference. It's like the idea of wow, forgot his name. Albus Dumbledore dying, with the idea of like, oh, he'll always be around.
Yeah, like you just always assume that person's going to be around, and when they're not, it's like. I think like the visual representation I did was like in her like mind palace, like all of the like bookshelves and everything just crumbling down, and it's just like her brain just not processing it. So she was pretty quiet for a while because she was just trying to figure it out, like a brief moment of denial, like, oh, he's not dead, like that.
Yeah.
Paolo can't die.
Yeah.
And it wasn't like a statement. It was just more of like a reassuring herself thing of like that can't happen. Like, what are you talking about? Paolo can't die. So it took her some time to process, and I think she eventually just hit at a point of, I think, numbness.
You were flash frozen, so I mean there is that.
Yeah, like she had a lot of like physical pain and like all that stuff, which went away because Solus, helped take that away from her. But like she just got hit with a lot of things all at once.
Yeah.
So I think she just got hit with so much that her brain just went to numb.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
To a point of just focus. To where they got. Yeah.
In my opinion, that goes back to like Alexa's like classic, right? It's emotional. I need to learn how to like compartmentalize that and like figure out what the next thing is.
Yeah, she kind of like puts her emotion just somewhere else. It's something later to deal with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which like then when Captius was like, I'm leaving to go outside, right? Alexa and Rolf were basically like, we'll come with you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, you should probably cover the blow up too. It's like you guys should rest because that triggered somebody.
Because Alexa and Rolf were like, we'll go with, and then like I think part of this was also Rolf doesn't know who Solus is, right? Like he's just trying to do what's best for the party.
Then you offer like 10 hours, right? I have nothing. I don't
right,
know
exactly.
Yeah, it's like you look injured.
You look injured. You might want to stay with the other injured person, and like
right. And to be fair, like Captius was also like, we'll come back for you guys because obviously it's classic Captius. Like he doesn't realize, like he realizes that Solus is upset, but he doesn't like say it. Like he doesn't say the right thing. So
that's Captius. He always finds the wrong words for the right situation.
Exactly. And so he's basically like, Sin and Solus will come back with Paulo, and Rolf is like, Sin and Solus, why don't you guys rest? And then Solus is just like, screw you guys. I'm going out there, and I need to, like, because, right, she's basically in love with Paulo. Like, for all intents and purposes.
It's like, how
whatever
about
that
you
is.
rest, and I'll tell you how he's
exactly.
doing.
And so she just storms off, and then Sin gets up and is like, all right, I guess we're all going. And then we...
What's interesting is that Sin offered a hand to Solus, and she was so angry she batted Sin's hand away.
Yeah, I'm like, all right.
All right.
Yeah.
My bad, girl. I see you need some time. You walking off.
Yeah. And like low key, I'm like watching her leave the cave. I'm like, she's awesome.
That her Nova is showing.
Yeah.
But like, some of her hair was like starting to, like Nova style, like float a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Panger's gone. Panger's like so sad. Panger's just like,
because originally you were going to go and try to find Panger.
Yeah, because
Panger
originally
walked away.
Panger left, and I was like, I need to find Panger, and all the Pangers kind of like all left there.
Collective
yeah,
Pangers.
the collective Pangers.
So, and then that's when we were outside.
Yeah, so
That's,
anything
like,
else you want to cover before we say, and now outside the cave? There's definitely the Solus thing. The idea is like, look, we're the least injured. We'll go first. How that had triggered an emotional response from a few people. Sin's all fucked up. Alexa's all fucked up. Like, they're, like, wobbling out on crutches, sort of levels of injured.
Mm-hmm. I think that's everything.
Yep, because the last things that, like, kind of, like, moved the party out of the cave, like, with their feet was Panger left, and then Solus stormed out, which led to the rest. So who would like to kick out post-cave shenanigans?
Rolf, you don't take that?
Sure, I can take that. So, we see Paulo in a crater. With Reap, it's called, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Reap, in his chest, and he's sitting there with like a crater filling with water because it's torrential storms outside. You know, Landsight was just there, weather changing, and then Gig's just kind of like talking with him and almost kind of like trying to shove a victory in his face, but Paulo's like, oh, you know, not hold up there, you know, it's not really like a victory, it's like a half victory, and like Paulo's like, you're like, I'm there for you, and Gig is like, his grin like fades, and like he's upset now, and then he like, I think he throws a rock or something like that, and sorry, it's been a while.
That's why we're taking like the hour to go through
Yeah.
the recap. It's
Well, so-
get our feet footing.
Yeah, because like once we go out, like Paolo's already gone,
Yeah.
and Solus
He's
goes out
dead,
there, and Solus gets super pissed off at Gig.
Okay, I'm gonna call the Alexa lifeline.
Yeah. No, you were also like super busy all those weeks, so that was my bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, all of us
Just trying
got. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
you had like minimum of 2 events, so yeah. So
Yeah.
Alexa, you want to take the post, because I think what you're alluding to was like Solus told Gig to go fuck himself, more or less.
Mm-hmm.
Which again was like,
and
whoa,
as
let's
it
not
stood-
die. Gig's like, I'm not in the mood. Like, this is a bad time to talk to me.
Like, Gig is in a bad mood, and everyone, and like both Sin and Solus decided to get real abrasive with Gig, so that was a fun time of like, fuck you for just sitting there while Paolo is dead, and Gig's like, I am not in the mood for.
I
any
think,
of
was
this.
it
I'm in a
Rolf or
bad
was it
mood."
Captos that was like, maybe you should like lay off?
I think it was Captios.
Yeah, I was like yelling at Sin for.
Because Sin was pissed, and so was Solus. Like they're all pissed off
Sin
because
was
Gig's
like
just.
Sin was like doing her thing with Gig.
But Gig's like, I'm not in the mood.
Exactly, like that's the
Or-
difference. In
It's
this
like,
moment.
you triggered this guy. There's no hope for us. We're
And like,
all
I'm pretty,
fucked up right
I'm pretty
now.
sure he almost killed Sin. He
Yeah.
almost killed Sin. But then he had the realization of like, oh, but she's my favorite knight, and I'm gonna have to kill her.
He also said it
And that
wouldn't
wouldn't
be
be
as fun.
fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wouldn't be
Yeah.
fun to have her dead. It's like, oh.
Turned
Oh,
his
that's
lava
crazy.
spear into lava cake and just started eating it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was interesting seeing people kind of deal with a new angry Gig, or how
Yes.
Gig handles his emotions.
Sin basically was like, Captios told us in the cave that you XYZ'd, and then Gig got like pissed.
Gig's like,
that-
oh, really?
that I was like-
Really?
And then I think Captives, you should talk about your big sassy moment to Gig.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Go over your
Um,
sass moment. Sass.
there was I think there was only like one chance. So basically, ahead of time, Buck was like, Gig is planning something insidious because Captios listened in on him, and I was like, shit, I have one chance, like to save this in a Captios style way, right? And basically, the way I did it was Captios
Eminem
almost
song one
was
shot coming on in
flippant
the
with
background.
Gig too, and then basically turned to Sin and like berated her for getting Gig mad. Like, he's going through stuff too. He's upset. Like, why would you like basically poke at him, blah blah blah. And I have a feeling that like that would have been really the only way that I could have like calmed Gig down and made him feel like something else other than trying to like maybe murder Captios.
For everyone. Just for
Yeah.
everyone.
Yeah, because
around.
low-key on the back end, like, Gig's whole entire thing was, like, with Sin was like, oh, you trust actually what Captios says? He was effectively
Yeah.
pitting Captios and Sin against each other, either for his own amusement or whatever. And like Capdios did it in a way that was very advantageous. Like he took control of the way. Oh yeah, well I'm gonna go at Sin, but on like my terms. It's like, well, that's not what I expected, but it's entertaining to watch.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I remember like the big idea was because Sin was yelling like, "Is this what you wanted? Is this how you wanted it to go?" Complaining, Gig for what happened with Paolo to a point where like, I think like Alexa was finally just like, "Hey guys, like, we're in a shit situation. Blaming people isn't going to do anything right now. Like, this is bad. This is real bad."
Yeah.
And that's when Gig drops that bomb. Like, death ain't working right now.
Yep.
Yeah. And then he mentioned like, like death isn't working, and what do you want to do with your last days? Because that's the situation you're in now. Of like essentially like, hey, everything's broken. The world's gonna burn. What do you want to do?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so like Alexa kind of said like, you say the world's gonna burn, I'm gonna try to stop it burning. Like even if it takes my last days and even if I fail, I'm gonna try burning it. So then that's where Alexa was going, and then we all had to kind of figure out what do us as a party, what do we want to do with our last days.
I definitely find there were certain like poignant moments. So like the first one was Rolf being like, "Is that Gig? Like, who is that?"
It's like, is that
you guys seem to be know
Gig.
all these people are. I wasn't aware that you like talk with Thor and Odin on the regular here.
Yeah.
It's like, I was told like, hey, do you want to go on an adventure? And then all of a sudden like this guy's dead, everyone's real sad, and then there's like this big devil guy just sitting there getting all sad.
And we're like basically yelling back and forth, arguing with the devil. And so I found that to be quite funny. And then like Sin was like, I came all this way with Solus, right? Like that was her motive, if I remember correctly. Sin, is that right?
Yeah, well, like I spent all this time trying to get Solus to come back.
Just for the world to end.
Yeah, why spend all that time just for this world to like come grumbling apart? Like,
yeah.
I'm gonna try to do my whatever I can.
You get the 1 month with Solus and that's it.
Yeah, like it's hard. Like, welcome back, Solus, and you're gonna die in like a week from now. Sorry.
I did introduce a tabletop game.
Oh yeah.
I introduced Fortresses and Fiends into the canon. It is a Arhor'ha tabletop RPG.
Yeah, just VT dubs. Yeah. It already exists, and you have to read the book. It's Monsters and Mazes, but now there's like a variant. Yeah. So now we have Pathfinder equivalent and D&D.
Oh my god.
It's introduced. Orion plays the tabletop game in Arhor'ha. But now we have Pathfinder because it's canon. Everything we do is canon. We've introduced the Pathfinder equivalent to Arhor'ha, and we've got the D&D equivalent from Orion. So that's good. And the next time someone does that, I guess it'll be Shadowrun.
Just keep adding new stuff. Like, that's fine. It's over here now. It's good.
It's a robust market.
It's a robust market. Look, tabletop games is not just two. There's books and tire in your local gaming store that will tell you differently.
Now, I just have a question for Sid. Because you brought up the fact that, like, you brought Solus back just for her to, like, go through this. Like, no, that's not how this works. Looking at the road so far that Solus has been on with, being around Paolo, being combined and going through, like, an identity crisis and then losing Paolo, the one that, she loved and everything. So it's kind of like you brought her back to feel pain at this point. How does that make Sid feel?
Not very good. She's already wondering if she made the right decision.
Yeah. Because, like, if you really think about it, like, you brought Solus back and, like, because you wanted to kind of, like, rectify, mistakes and everything and have her back. But, like, if you really look at Solus's trajectory, she's been in a lot of pain.
Yeah, she's not doing too good.
Well, all right. So I don't want to spend too much time and recap, at least not a full hour. But I do want to highlight on that because there were a few things we kind of like lost momentum towards the end to highlight on. The pain thing's actually not a negative slant. Like, you can definitely interpret that, but some key things to remember is that Nova is part of Solus that is based off of her pain.
True. Yeah.
And the interesting thing towards the end, and the stuff that we didn't get to expand on the Nova side, was that it gave the pain purpose. Like, there's the idea of pain for positive reasons. Like, it gives you a reason that you have purpose behind the pain. A lot of people rationalize pain too. So, like, it kind of builds upon that, which is giving it a positive slant. And that's how Solus, at the end of this, chose to take it. and actually drew her closer to the part of her that was Nova without it being like, I've got a demon inside me, but rather, this is part of me that I need to accept, and it doesn't have to be bad. So, and even like in her slant, she took out of it that even Paolo, being, magnanimous asshole he is, like did this, and it helped her bring her closer to herself. And also the idea of the joke of like literally rewrote the stars. So like she decided to have like a very positive slant towards it, even though she is in fact in a lot of pain.
It's kind of like the Hulk.
Yeah, right? It's like, I'm always angry. Like, it's just, I'm putting a positive slant to something very negative, which is like mindless rage. And then you think like I think it's Dr. Hulk is when he finally comes together. Anywho, Bruce Banner, Hulk, Omega.
All the things.
The other one is that, like, at least one Panger is staying with Paolo at all times. I didn't write that in because there's enough sadness involved there. So one Panger is always going to be there with them.
But which Panger?
The original Panger that was found in season 2.
Oh, thank God.
No, the other Pangers are still like all like 100 Pangers are there. Like, we'll create like, there's typically the Field of Flowers, the Field of Floofins.
The Alpha and Omega Panger.
Yes.
So many Floofins.
So many Floofins. Yeah, very very good scene. I know we kind of like killed that bit, but there was over, I think, 100 I mentioned, 100 Pangers in the area, paying homage to.
I know that's a real sad place, but I feel like that would just be my happy place. It's just like a field of Pangers.
Your happy place is a funeral?
No, that's like
because everyone gets together?
No, it's the wake, Buck. It's the wake.
Oh, it's the wake. The wake is your favorite place. Okay.
Yeah.
I can get just behind that.
It's like just a field of Pangers. It's like a field of Eevees.
It's true. Maybe on better circumstances, like someone's birthday instead of someone's
like happy birthday. There's so many Pangers.
Hey, look, maybe there's possibilities. Our positive Aurora Adventures is the Anna and Maple stories, although that might just turn darker in season 10 anyway. We'll find out.
No!
So the end result is that everyone decided to go after
Put the
Ozzy.
hats on the Pangers.
To sum up this piece. So to go after Ozzy, which in turn means going after Jacob.
Yeah, I think we realized that everything's going to shit real quick, and we don't know where Ozzy went. We don't know how powerful he is. Like, he managed to kill Paolo, which is an unforeseen kind of thing. So, like, Alexa's concerned of, like, oh shit, like, how powerful is he now? Like, how much of a threat can he be? And since, like, well, maybe we can get him on our side, he could be a strong ally.
There were some dissenting points too. Like
there's a lot of dissenting points. Like, Alexa's kind of like, we could make him an ally, but also she's going there not saying like, let's go and make him our ally, more of like, let's go see what he's actually doing first and how trustworthy is he. And like, we're all part of that point too of like, hey,
it is the man who killed Paulo.
Yeah, and like, evidently, like, the assumption, not knowing very well, is a guy that seems to want to kill a bunch of dragons.
Yeah, like, how real trustworthy is he?
How controlled?
And so we're kind of going into like a weird spot of like,
you're playing the Resident Evil game and you've decided to go after Tyrant. Like, you've decided that that's just the only path through the horror.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Go big or go home.
So go big or go home. You can't outrun him. You might as well go through him.
Yeah, so and then also, I think also, what was the idea that Sin didn't like the idea that Ozzy was stronger than her and was going to be the one that killed Jacob Whyte without her assistance or without anything, and that's something that it's really hard for her to deal with, like that concept of like, no, like, I'm going to kill Jacob Whyte. You're telling me that no, you can't get stronger and then kill Jacob Whyte instead of me. Like, how dare you? I'm stronger. I'm going to kill Jacob Whyte.
I love when you do my Sin voice. It's really funny.
And, like, just slightly like sassier and defiant, but that's it. Like someone who didn't get their fries and their combo meal. I ordered large fries with my chicken nuggets. I didn't get them. I don't want a refund. I want my fries. And my chicken nuggets. All right.
But yeah, so those are all the points that we've lost Captios. At least it's not a shadow Captios this time.
That is true.
He has not gone to the shadow side of things.
It just makes it scarier. Like, why was it just there before?
I don't know. It's
the shadow knows
so.
What lurks in the heart of Zoom.
Oh, it really makes
Sam,
me
you
think
look like
of
you know something
Kingdom
about it.
Hearts in the...
Oh, the Heartless?
The Heartless.
It did look very heartless. Mm-hmm. So, one thing while we're waiting for Captius to return is that Sin is traveling with you. Or, not Sin. Sin is traveling with you. She's a major character. Gig is traveling with you.
Yeah, we got new things because Sin's like, oh god, I'm doing it too.
Why
You
is
have
it
second
happening?
sin?
I have an excuse. I haven't slept much.
I also haven't slept.
Oh, then
much,
you
but
also have an excuse.
I get my regular 7 hours every day consistently.
I don't. My sleep schedule
Nope.
is all sorts messed up. But I'm
You're welcome to run a one-shot there, Rolf.
As the person with most sleep, you have been.
I've been designated the next one shot.
But we have a lot of things are changing between last session and this session because Gig is traveling with us and his chaos.
Yeah. It's not,
So we got-
it's not a ladder. It's just a pool full of eyeballs that are looking at you while you dive in.
Good.
Yeah.
It's like a ball pit, Chuck E. Cheese, if you had it in Avernus.
Oh, I
Oh
hate
my
it.
god! That's
Oh, I hate it.
awesome.
Like, I hate it. It's like, yes.
Is the big
Metal.
slide there too? Like I just want.
It is, but it's a large tongue.
Oh,
I was
got
just
it.
Right into a
thinking
wood
that there's
chipper.
going to be a large tongue that you go down.
Perfect.
Oh, man.
Canon. That's where the kiddos of Avernus go in. That's where the imps play.
That's gross.
That is, it's gross.
Yes, I don't know why you're like, yes, I love it. I'm like, why? It's
Because
like,
I'm sick.
it's like, I have a problem.
Well, speaking of sick and we have a problem, we are a good hour in, so I'm going to go ahead and give everyone a collective. Everyone gets 200 experience for
Ooh.
characters for that recap. Since it was a month's worth of stuff, we did spend extra time. We're not going to do trivia as a result. We already gave out 2 minor arcana for closing out the arc and a hefty amount of XP for closing out the story of that arc.
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and set scene, and we'll jump into it. To set expectations, to check a Discord, the very first leg of this is very investigative in nature.
Yeah.
Not to say that there aren't things that hit the pillars of interaction or combat, but don't start. If you start beating up walls, it'll be a very interesting session. If you want to beat up walls, go crazy. I mean,
Why are you
probably...
guys all looking at me?
Only martial class here.
Very true. Which is
I
to
could
say,
try punching a wall and have it break my hand.
I mean, she did literally kill a wall.
Several.
oh yeah, in the vault,
Yeah,
she murdered
no, like,
multiple
she literally
walls.
killed a wall. She literally.
She has that achievement unlocked. So,
Acid bather, wall destroyer.
Let's do it.
so what's interesting is that travel now is done through the air, and it's clear of how dangerous the air is.
Yeah.
Although airships are a thing, they're as dangerous as naval travel. So it's made possible through the party being very vigilant across the sea of air, the air currents, as large flying things exist out there and attack. Fortunately, the party itself has a pretty good plethora of ranged options on the back of Bird Alexa.
I imagine as Bird Alexa's flying, like every time she sees something, she's like, over there. Over there.
Yeah, so the person that doesn't have anything to do effectively is just like Sin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Since,
And
like,
to a lesser degree, Solus. So
Well,
like,
can't she fly with Gig?
she can fly if she rages.
if she rages. I don't think she wants to exist in rage mode on fire on top of Alexa.
Also, she'd have to like jump off of Alexa because it would like ignite her like Kentucky Fried Chicken.
That's awesome.
She'd have like the superhero skydive off. I'm like, I
Yeah,
got this
that's-
jumping off.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So we can make that canon that a couple times that happened to her. Get used to that. Maybe that's how she knows she can flame on, so to speak, because of a gig situation.
Jake just pushes her off.
It's like, go fight!
Go!
I can't fly! Deal with it!
She's like,
Adapt or die.
surprise!
Yeah, it's like, bird's gotta fly, bird's gonna fall.
God.
Sounds about right.
Isn't that how you want to learn about your powers? Just
Yeah,
get shoved off of
totally.
your giant bird friend?
It seems right.
Yeah.
It feels like something he would do.
Oh, it absolutely seems like something he would do. He's like,
Solus is
"This would be fun."
absolutely using her hair weapons a whole lot more than she was before. She has adapted the coat to be less baggy, so actually she won't be tripping over it as she walks.
Aww.
So that's like her new jacket.
How is she doing? Like
Oh,
emotionally?
she's processing.
Okay.
I mean, you're talking about it's about 2 days to fly over there, so processing. Every day is an interesting thing. I think that the party kind of gets that she's what is it? When she's triggered, it's something explosive. When she's not, it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So volatile, I think, is the good word for her right now. And when you see the estates, you start seeing like Crystallis in the distance and then the manors. You notice there is smoke coming from Jacob's manor.
Imagine Sid's getting all pissed thinking that
Yep.
he already killed Jacob.
And to help set your scene, you land a little outside the manor to investigate, so you're not going down into literal fire or a hot zone, so to speak.
Yeah, that's fair.
Just a few 100 feet away, and Alexa stops being Bird Alexa and becomes Nuru. And as you approach, you notice the manor, which from back to the very first session, where it was everyone sans Rolf. It was a walled manor, had gates. It was very prestigious. Had like a road going to it. That the road itself is now uneven, like impact, and these are well cobbled roads. So that's something that you need significant damage to start loosening the rock to do so. The walls themselves have been impacted as though someone threw catapult boulders at it and cracked in places. The front itself is still open. The portellus is arched inwards as though someone crumpled it like aluminum foil.
Yeah, I was about to ask how that was doing.
The portellus, yeah, it's crumpled inward. And Alexa, because of your vision, you already see that there's been a sign of definitely of a struggle. One from the fire. You see blood that's on the ground not too far. You see corpses in the distance. And that's where you set, where Solus is with you from the NPC's perspective. Gig is with you, but he's just Gig. He's actually gone as far as deciding to go like pseudo incognito. So he's like just basically everything with Gig plus like a hood. That's his big I'm incognito. I have a hood and gloves.
No one
on.
knows this is me. Hood. Does he have his huge scythe on the back of his?
He does. So it's like the worst disguise. He's got like a hood, but the horns like definitely like point through it and like at the end poke through. And he does the Rayla thing with like Captios at some point in time, like, "Hello, fellow humans, human fellas. I'm just I'm Gig, the human. We talk about going from point A to point B a little bit faster than you do. We do
the
that.
fastest way to get from point A to point B." So I know I can see blood and lots of dead. Like that's a dead person.
That's a dead person.
Mm-hmm. So she's actually gonna try to like slow people down, and she wants to listen.
So we're in character and we're in scene. So go ahead.
Okay. So like Alexa's gonna kind of like pause people down and just try to listen for a second, because I can see the devastation. I want to see if I can hear if it's still going on or like from what direction, to get prepared for whatever's going to happen.
The devastation. So from besides what you see, what you hear is the crackling of fires. So you hear like the aftermath of a devastating scene.
Okay.
The uneasiness of stone and mortar being moved under the new distribution of weight.
So I guess we move forward.
We don't hear like people shouting.
There's no one shouting.
Okay.
No screams.
Yeah, like that's what I was like trying to see, like a muffled like,
yeah.
But
Do we only hear the fires going, or do the
yeah,
fires
just the fire, just like
fire, the shifting of stone and mortar.
Yeah,
of
like no
of lumber as it weakens and crackles under the weight of
and like crumbles and stuff.
So to my knowledge, no sound of human presence, just devastation. Oh, I found another dead person.
Guys, this isn't good.
Fun.
This isn't good at all. It looks like Ozzy's already gotten here.
I'm going to drag. I'm going to lean down and drag a hand through the blood right here. Is it like fresh?
Yeah, so when you drag your hand against it, it is about as viscous as syrup. So that doesn't mean much to you, but it's not as wet as like fresh blood, but it's not dried.
Okay.
Like a few hours.
If you want to try to figure out the intent that you're going for, again, we're going to go back into intents. If the intent is to figure out how long this blood has been here, then state that intent, and I'll let you know what you need to roll.
I kind of just wanted to see if it was like fresh though.
Got it. So you
'Cause
put
I
your hand
know-
So
against
it's
it,
not fresh.
and your hand is, it's like it's viscous. It's like you put your hand through maple syrup.
Okay. Well,
So
this is
I'm
gross.
gonna go to this dead body and just see if there's any identifiers or something. Like there's a lot of dead bodies. I'm just trying to see if like can I even tell who these dead bodies are.
Okay, so we're in character. So what does Alexa do exactly?
So seeing oh god, this whole blood mass thing, I'm gonna kind of I'm gonna bend over and look to see if there's any identifying like pieces of clothing, anything that's left behind that can signify who this person is at first. And then if she can't see anything, I'm going to have them talk to her book.
Okay. So Alexa starts investigating. What is Captius and Rolf doing? As far as Solus just stays near Sin, but isn't
Like,
saying a whole lot.
talk to
She's
dead
just
people.
keeping a wide-eyed expression for everything. And Gig is
Yeah, what is Gig doing as his human fella?
human Gig. He'll be comic relief commentary in just a moment.
Perfect.
I imagine he has like a really over-exaggerated like walk to try to.
He's got
pretend
swagger
he's
to him,
human.
yeah.
Like he's trying to like pretend like he's like holding suspenders and kind of just walking along.
As I see Alexa bend down, I'm gonna walk up and then do a little candle style CSI Dr. Holmes Watson-esque, like, Alexa, we can probably figure out exactly the cause of death, how long it's been since this person died, if we just do a little bit of investigation on his corpse.
Mhm.
And I start basically what you would see like Dr. Watson do in a Sherlock Holmes, where he's like
Yeah.
looking at like turning them over, like
Doing a medical where Sherlock is looking
Yeah.
for things. Got it. What
And,
is
like-
what is Rolf doing? Is I see like Rolf is like, I see you're observing a corpse, let me just
Yeah.
walk around it and past it.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at the other corpse, the one to the thing. I'm gonna see if we could try and find almost like a commonality. See if they're even human, like what would be human, or if they're another
I think
deism.
we're all doing this. Like Alexa's just like
So
casually
for in
bringing her
scene for
book
Rolf,
out.
he looks over and looks down. That's what I translated from that. Is that what he's doing?
Yeah.
Okay. So for Alexa, the two of you are an investigative team. So whoever's lead, and then roll advantage. Roll
want me to-
similarly.
Yeah,
It's
go
very
for it.
general investigation. So just roll investigation for Rolf.
I got a plus 11 to investigation.
Okay. So, Rolf, since you're doing like a very cursory like glance down, like I see these things. What's going on here? He's very dead. The main
Super
thing that
dead.
you notice from that, from a more mercantile history, is that you notice the quality of clothes he did or should have on around him. So the corpse interests you less, as opposed to the tatters of his armor that are nearby, and the quality therein. Like these were well armored guards, and it appears as though they suffered from an injury that started internally and blasted out. So you see like the metal and how it bends outwards and how it's caked out, is that something started internally and destroyed their equipment from internal out. For the big roll of 20 for Alexa and Captios, when you start going through investigation, you notice that there isn't a whole lot of organic like organs and tissue. You have mostly the bones, which are also like impact fractured, as though they had blunt force trauma. But from the way that the tissues you can find around the area, it is like if someone swallowed a grenade and then it like kind of detonated out of them, by the way that how they are torn and rended. The body, as a result, like you're looking at hours, not even a full day yet. So whatever travel time you did, you were hot on the tails of the person who did this. You can't find things like rigor mortis because there's not enough soft tissue to begin to harden up to do
Captius
so.
is gonna close his eyes and try and remember if there's anything magical, weapon-wise, or like any spell or like anything that could
Well-
cause such a
It kind of seems.
result.
So
Right.
Alexa has her book open and she just looks to Captain. She's like, "What do you want to know?"
Well, let me do both. So I mean, like Captios for like his highlight is his going through his photographic memory and like itemizing what could do this. It seems rather a cruder version of what Reap does. Yeah.
Got it. And is he getting the fact that Ozzy probably triggered whatever Reap did, and this is just Ozzy doing it himself?
It's a theory.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
So
I think that the closest thing, if you roll Arcana, I'll go add some color to it since you're like the knowledge person.
Yeah, because like Alex can just ask the body.
Yeah, he's going through like he's going like science, like how does the world work?
Yeah.
You're going with what did the person know?
Yeah.
25,
Nice.
right? You think it has a lot more to do with how he breaks things? He must have broke this person. It's a solid theory that Reap was a strong conduit or accelerant to doing that, and he has a less refined way of doing it now. The difference is that, like, when you think about when you watch Dell die, it was like controlled, localized. This looks like a series of small explosions went as far down as calves.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, definitely very more wild version of small micro explosions based off of that, and like where you see the fractures, like the point of, if you're doing like the CSI thing, you could see different like small craters the size of like baseballs. All right, Alexa. So as he goes through his investigative, scientific, Watson-esque thing, what are you
So Alexa will open up her book. I'm trying to debate between I ask him, how did you die, or what happened here?
We can pull the party here because right now it just looks like Alexa's staring at a corpse.
Well, yeah, that's why like Alexa's looking at Cactus, like, what do we want to know?
So I tell her what my theory is, right? That Ozzy created a series of micro explosions in breaking this person. I think it's probably good to know, like, we know how he died.
So I can ask multiple questions.
Yeah, but we know how he died.
Mm-hmm.
We just need to figure out, like, I honestly don't know what to ask, to be fair, because I don't know how much this
Who killed you? How long ago was it?
Well, I'm pretty sure. Well, I think we have an idea of who killed him. So I think because I've got there's three bodies, so I can ask each body a question. So I'll start with just like the basis of like what happened here.
Okay.
Good. Gig's like, oh hey buddy.
Hello, fella. Human for the corpse, just staring at the skull.
So I'll take the bloody hand, super bloody hand.
Oh yeah.
Put it on my book, and I'll write down what happened here.
Okay.
Okay, fair enough. They were attacked by Ozzy.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna walk over to the other corpse.
Which way did he go?
I was gonna ask, how did Ozzy kill you?
Well, okay.
Because we need to know if he has a weapon or if it's something that he can do without a weapon. I think that's important to know. Does he need a weapon to kill you? Because he just needs his eyes, and dear goodness.
Okay.
Oh, great. Perfect.
So we have one question left. Do you want to know direction, time? Are we going to ask if he had a weapon or not?
Another thing to keep in mind too, Captius, because it's been such a long time, like multiple months, you have a photographic memory of what this place was before it was destroyed.
Yeah.
Because you worked here.
Yeah. What Captius is actually thinking about right now is the fact that if death doesn't work the way we expect it to, how is Alexa's book working?
Mm-hmm.
That's literally what he's thinking about.
Mm-hmm. Valid.
Yeah.
Oh, see, I had other questions. Like, I wasn't even sure if this was going to work because of the whole, she knows secrets. That's fine.
I mean, is it just Gig fucking with Alexa?
It could be. 'Cause these are a lot of...
Oh my god.
I mean, it honestly feels like it could be because those are all just like...
So I'm gonna I say that, I'm like, Alexa, if death isn't working the way it's expected to, which we don't know what that means, because Gig is not the type of person to tell us what that means.
As is talking to a corpse right now, yeah.
Yeah. How is your book working? Your book works by right, out of character. It works by like talking to the souls in that
like their
purgatory,
memories,
like
yeah.
right, like
Yeah,
if
and in the fugue plane, and as written, you've got a minute before they go to like said plane after they die. The way we've appended it is that as long as they're willing to respond to you, like haven't been reincarnated or resurrected or whatever, they will respond to you.
How is that working? Are they still going to? That's literally the train of thought that he's on now, and he's just like going with it. You're gonna have to either stop him or you're gonna have to.
And so like I'll just look to the captain like I don't know.
So it's like I don't know either. Gig is like, what's up, fellow humans? Fellas, you're so squishy. Look at you. He's kind of like, he jumps in one of the blood puddles like a kid.
Can I ask a weird question that might like follow along the thought process that Captius is going down?
Yep.
The handwriting.
Yep.
Is it always different when someone puts it in? Like I imagine it always just showed up in like Alexa's handwriting.
No, it shows up in their handwriting.
Okay. Was the handwriting the same for both?
It's different.
Okay. So I'm like, maybe it's just like, cause like maybe it's in like Gig's chaotic handwriting each time.
I don't think that dispels your theory because can Gig write in different handwriting?
Yeah.
Maybe it's a lefty-righty thing.
Is it at least like, left to right on a line like you've learned when you went to elementary school, or is it like sideways and upside down?
So
it's not. It's
I'll look to Captain. Like I don't know how it works, but I've got, at least in this area, one more question. Do you want to know time, place, or weapon?
Weapon. I think place is obvious.
You could ask if he said anything before he like killed them. If Ozzy said something. I don't know.
I think good. Gig's just going over there in the corner like it's like I think weapon might be able to just to let us know. I'm very concerned about coming against Ozzy, him not having a weapon, and us assuming he's fine. It may be words that he has to say with his weapon, but if he just can do it without his weapon, that's...
Does this change what we're here for, Alexa?
Yes. It'll change how we approach him. So then she'll put the last corpse's hand on the book and say, did Ozzy kill you with a weapon or his words? Oh, great. So he doesn't need a weapon. So that's fun to know for future.
Reed must have been a conduit that allowed his breaking power, and without it, he's just...
pure energy.
It just,
Okay.
Think out of character. Think Cyclops with the glasses versus without. In character,
Good
there's
analogy.
no in character.
Oh,
In character,
yeah.
think of the comic book where...
Think of this.
And basically...
The Aurora equivalent? What do you want to call Marvel Comics in Aurora? Go ahead.
Okay, what are Marvel Comics, Captius?
DC.
Oh!
Crazy Magic Comics.
Crazy
Good.
Magic. Yeah, okay. Like Detective
CM.
Unlimited from DC. Got it. Crazy Magic. Remember the CM issue 1?
It's in my head. I've memorized it. So if you want me to read it out word for word, I can.
Yeah, I'd love to.
Oh, no.
Oh, there goes this session.
And so, like, as I'm looking down my book, I see like that neither he used his bare hands. I'm gonna just kind of look up at Sin with like a lot of concern. I'm like,
All right, while you're looking up with concern, there is some color as you've walked into the courtyard. One, as mentioned in Discord, I did not completely SFX the entire map, so there are more than the 3 corpses that I decided to put in drawn.
yeah.
There is an entire courtyard of them.
Oh.
Yes, going up. There are those that are going up the steps that didn't quite make it. Some of them are seen like facing away, like head up the stairs. There are some that are off to the side. There is a lot of blood everywhere. Although this like black-red piece of graphic that you're currently seeing over here may be construed as blood, it is not. What you're seeing there in the air in front of you is what is a very thinness in the air that makes it like waver, much like water ripples against it, or a very thin cellophane that's tinted black and red.
Oh, that's concerning.
So that is something that is it feels like the air itself has been scabbed over by a wound.
Do all of the corpses look like people that previously worked here, or were more people brought in that I don't recognize?
No, Captios, you after staring them for like a moment, you can recognize like who they related to for the staff here. So these all appear to be staff guards. And Jacob's estate was very well guarded, so you can kind of like start associating them.
Got it.
Seeing the scabbed over world. I'm just gonna kind of look at it and look to both like Captios and Rolf and Gig and Souls, like the mainly like really like magic users.
Fuck you.
Sin, are you gonna tell me what this really magical thing in the
Wait, can someone like point it out on the?
Yeah, so I'll kind of, because it's like straight, like it's straight ahead, and I'm gonna be like, what is this?
Gig's like, well, fellow human fella.
Oh god.
Looks
Captios
like
is once again gonna close his mind.
It's like just gonna zone out Gig.
Zone out Gig, and then also try and figure out what, like,
this is.
you basically said it's like a swirling.
Yeah, it's like if someone took like a big thing, or those bubbles that you can make. The idea that you have something very glossy up against the world, but it's very black and red, and it's just wavering there, as though someone was able to put a pane of glass and cellophane or water tension against the world.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna see if there's anything. Is it like a rip in the world itself? Like what?
You can roll Arcana for that, for figuring out knowledge. Meanwhile, as you're doing that, Gig's like, fellow human fella, it's like, these phenomenons are too much for my tiny brain.
And Alexa will help you. Oh, yeah.
There's just so much in this world that I don't understand. But I'm going to make assumptions about it and then build upon them until I can have conclusions that make no damn sense.
Why do you have a fucking accent?
Let him do
I am a human. I'm a fellow human fella.
You are nope. That's not how that works at all.
I believe that's how it works. As a fellow human, that must be true.
It's his human.
While this is all going on, still trying to figure this out. He's zoning both of them out now. Very good at that.
It's the best thing to do. I feel like Captain's gonna be doing that a lot.
Yep.
Mm.
I mean, he's not gonna tell Gig to shut up, so he's just gonna have to zone him out.
I will.
Captain's gonna have to learn how to meditate real quick.
Yeah, so at 22, what you're definitely looking at is a planar distortion.
Planar distortion.
And that is caused by
planar tension. So you're talking about something of the cosmic level. So either something. So let's talk about the other planes for a second. Things you know about: positive planes, negative planes. They're like the absolute worst poles. That'd be something extreme. Doesn't seem likely. The next one down there is like abyssal or void. That's possible because those are like the outer realms. So that's like the outer realms, mind flayers, demons, not devils. Like the outer planes of the abyss. That's very possible. Those happen rather frequently.
So the idea
they don't just happen.
No, no, they don't just happen. Someone makes it happen. Either a demon makes it happen, or like an illithid makes it happen from like the far realms and whatnot, or a devil makes it happen. But a devil that makes it happen typically has more order behind it. Like they want that to become like an archway, not like a puncture wound, because the world will heal itself. That's our thing too. It'll heal itself.
Could it be kind of assumed or inferred that like the idea of Ozzy isn't fully himself, and like it's been hinted at that Reth is taking over by both Ty and like looking at like how Ozzy is responding to things, that potentially this was created because of the amount of Reth that's been taking over Ozzy?
Could it just be his pure power, maybe? Like this is a byproduct of him releasing his energy? He just literally broke dozens of people. You know, where that energy had to explode out last time. Could this be a symptom of that?
And so, like, for this, God, I'm gonna regret doing this, but I'm gonna turn to Gig.
Who is currently arguing with Sin about having an accent.
Like, Gig?
Hello, fellow human!
Oh, God.
Do you want to talk about the price of crops that we don't eat?
I don't. But it looks like your other
Do you want to argue about what's better to be a meat eater or a plant eater, even though it doesn't matter anyway? We're going to die in a short period of time? Doesn't matter now if we dance it off. And then not talk about eating anyway. But we talk about it anyway. What do you want to talk about, fellow human? Human fella?
And like Alexa just like gets straight like, is this something that Reth could do? Taking over Ozzy.
So Gig turns around in his very helpful
like,
way to the waves and like, well, this seems like it's beyond my small fellow human brain.
If there was an almighty, if there was an almighty devil that
an almighty devil? Oh, we can't have those here in our civilized society.
That someone would consider great and wonderful.
Great and wonderful.
What
I don't know about devil's great and wonderful. My fellow human brain, I'm pretty sure I have to get a pitchfork and some salt.
I think at this point, Alexa would know that he's not going to be helpful at all.
Yeah. She's like, okay. So maybe by Ozzy. And like she just like looks at Gig like this is gonna be
And Gig just smiling, just making it worse like
the longest end of the world there has ever been.
Let's guys, whatever we do, let's avoid this and stay close. This planar distortion doesn't just happen for any reason, and you said it could be the void or abyssal. Is there anything else it could be? It couldn't be because of the darkness.
we stopped at abyssal. It could also be very well the planes of hell. Like there are many different planes. It could be the Feywilds. It could be the Shadow Fey. It's anything where there's pressure against this plane to the other. You're seeing
color.
The color would definitely allude that you're looking at darker planes. So the Shadow Plane, Shadowfell, Avernus would be the closest of the Nine Hells to this one, or the Abyss. Those would be your operating assumptions. It does not look very, Feywild, so that takes away that. It doesn't look nice enough to be the Echo Plane.
Yeah, but the distortion itself can't, like, for example, if you're a demonic entity, can you use the distortion to come through to this plane? Like, is it a portal? Or okay, you can.
You could start punching holes into it. And that's how abyssal demons start taking over entire parts of the multiverse. Like that's why demonic invasion is a huge problem.
Got it.
And a lot of the fear where people think devils and demons are the same thing because they could just end the world. There's a good YouTube on it at some point in time worth watching.
Huh.
Guys, this is probably infernal or demonic
in
nature. We need to avoid it. If we come past more of them, we may have to figure out what's happening, but for right now, we got to keep going.
Okay, and it ends here to what Alexa can see. Like that's like
no, it's all over the place. That's as much as I've drawn. It's all over the place.
Is this whole door frame on fire?
That building that's mostly made of wood is on fire. Yes.
What is that building?
That building was a storehouse, like for dropping off goods.
Okay.
So it's kind of like a drop off. So carts would go there. They'd unload goods immediately too, and then they would take it to other places. It could be anything.
All right. So my intent is to go into this room because I know that was the meeting place that Alexa's been to.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a way to do that without going into that, whatever the red?
It's in the air, so I mean you can move around it.
Okay.
That'll limbo a little bit, and you'll probably...
Gotcha. Yeah, I just want to make sure that there was a way to safely get there, not going into whatever that is.
Okay.
So that's where
Appius is like, Alexa, wait up.
Yeah.
We're all like, Alexa.
As you
wait.
walk off after having a conversation with Gig. Yeah.
Gig's a lot.
He's a lot. So you have a high perception. You notice that there are lights on the other side of the thing, like about the size of this is my eyeball, right? This is a D20. It's about that big.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a big D20.
That's pretty cool D20, right?
How many lights?
Many of them. Like the difference between like that and some of the firefly effects you've seen traveling in Aurora, like the light motes, not that different, but you're seeing lots of them in a very sinister, the red lights in the darkness anime style shit is on the other side.
Like this?
Like that, but there's many of them, and they're scattered across very Princess Mononoke style, as opposed to in a sequence.
Let me see.
I don't like that at all. I don't.
The walls of this estate, because there used to be, when we first came here, there used to be guards up top, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So Cinder's gonna like turn around and like scan that, because the last time that we were there, we had Luna Hope stalking us.
Yeah,
That's
that's what
correct.
that's what
The
Alexa's
ramparts.
was hoping to find Luna Hope somewhere.
A lot of the ramparts are they're empty. Like there's no one up there. In a lot of cases, the ramparts are demolished.
Okay,
Like the idea of like a catapult hit them.
I see.
Okay. So let me zoom out on the stream a bit so I can see better. Yeah, like a large boulder. You can see like fragmented rock, so the idea like some large blunt object hit the side isn't too far off.
Oh.
As you approach the southern side, which is like a dining area, which you went to the very first time, you notice one, it is also on fire. Smoke's coming out of it,
Always.
making vision a little bit rough. When you walk around the blood-stained, stone-mortared pathways, staying close away from that, we'll call it a membrane. The membrane to the planar distortion.
Oh,
You
I
step
hate that term.
around. You're stepping around like a storm hatch down, and you notice off to the side what did not used to be destroyed is this over here, which was a door, is now completely collapsed in itself, so it's just a wall of rubble.
Okay.
And the build itself
this
is on.
storm thing is also open, right?
It is currently closed.
Okay.
Yep. Belay that. No, it is actually open. It's ripped open.
Oh.
What is that?
That's
Based on-
so from Captios's understanding that down. That's where experiments were done, and also where the teleportation circles are.
Captain's like, that's where I've always wanted to go. And he points at it, and he's like,
Yeah, that's where
That's
like
where Jacob used
that's
to
where
go.
like
You wanna go now?
laboratories are and whatnot. Ford like half mentioned because he was here last when he was like present. Like that's where he woke up.
Is Alexa hearing that in her head?
No. Ford the Ford voice appears when things are like in peril. It's the idea of like the voice that pushes you on, not the voice that drives you insane.
Okay, just testing how much my hearing voices. Well, I'm really just wondering when's the first time I'm just going to hear the voice. 'Cause right now
I
it's
mean,
just
effectively,
the
before I mentioned it, you were doing it yourself. When the idea of like Ford, like it was right for Ford to go help Sin. It's the same concept. So I'm playing off of what you've already established.
I
It's
got
canon. Everything you guys do is canon.
I smell you're stepping in.
so the lunchroom or the dining room's on fire, right?
Dining room's
Yeah.
on fire. It's a small fire. It's smoldering across. Hasn't gone full inferno mode.
You want to put the fire out?
Well, I think I just want to see what's going on in
Fuck
here.
no, let this place fucking burn. Don't put it out.
Then you know how many valuable things and treasures and magical items are in this place that could help us in our fight? Like, we can't just let it all burn.
Question
That's fair.
about what we're seeing
Gigs
here. So I imagine typically in this situation, there's blood everywhere, like devastation.
Yeah, it's carnage.
Are there bloody footprints?
Yeah.
Okay. Where do the bloody footprints tend to lead? Like, is it like bloody footprints everywhere, like just chaos all over the place, or does it
They're
give?
pretty much everywhere. So, like,
yeah, the
reconstructing a
past.
scene, there are footprints for, like, all the humanoid creatures that ran over blood in fighting, running away for their lives. I'm pretty sure what you're alluding to is that can you find the one that relates to either Ozzy or Luna Hope or
Yeah, like, because I
Jacob.
imagine Luna Hoop would have like tiny feet. Would be like the assumption she's a small girl.
So you're welcome to stop your intent to that area and start trying to investigate footprints.
I think right now I'm just trying to figure out because that's the only room that
Because
she's
that's
really.
survival tracking, actually.
Yeah,
Guys,
like that.
if you, to be fair, I've been wanting to try out this new spell that I have in my book.
Oh,
If you want to just locate Ozzy, I can just locate Ozzy. If he's within a a decent amount. Mechanically, it's 1,000 feet, but if he's like in this place, the estate goes pretty far, but like I imagine the actual area is fairly small in terms of.
Oh
like,
yeah,
the
like
buildings
if
and
you
stuff.
cast that, you'd be able to tell if he was like either in the estate or in the perimeter of or just outside the estate. Yeah, make that easy.
Well, I kind of looked to Captious, like, I actually had something a little bit different in mind.
It's like, I had an idea in mind too.
Would he know that you casted it on him?
No, I don't think so.
Well, just
I
do
mean,
it.
it's-
Well, because I kind of wanted to locate Luna Hope first.
Are we sure she's here?
No, that's why I'm trying to locate her.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, I don't know how Wrath has affected Ozzy to the point where, like,
How much?
What?
Be able to
yeah,
find
the
him.
spell might not work if Wrath has taken over and I ask for Ozzy and he's no longer in control.
So I have a question. Would Ozzy come out from anywhere and just murder us?
Probably.
Yeah, that's scary. Maybe we try
That's
and
scary. I like probably.
maybe we find the guy who turned all these people into like pudding.
Okay, so if Captious, if you want to cast that spell, I'm gonna keep trying to find. I'm gonna still look and see if I can find the smaller footprints. Because if you're gonna try to find Ozzy, we'll see how that goes. I want to try to find Luna because I have a feeling that might be his anchor that we need if we want to bring him away from where he's his path.
This is gonna be so rough.
Oh, why?
Just a way-
Why, Gig? Why does Gig just live in this chaotic?
Oh, he's almost as good as Dante.
They're in that same realm.
Given what I know about Ozzy being turned into Wrath from the book and from all that stuff, could I locate him by referencing that, or is that too specific?
Are you locating person or object?
I'm locating person.
You should be able to locate like him. I think that you'd be okay with that. Like,
Okay.
yeah, I think that your observation, especially how magic works, is that it might give you like interference because of the multiple people involved there. But
Yeah.
like, there's enough of your understanding of magic that it's a good idea.
Got it. All right. Here we go.
Casting is ritual or is a spell?
It's not a ritual.
Oh my. Okay then.
So it's like literally out of character, my only 4th level spell that I can cast.
Ooh.
Oh,
Oh,
That's why I'm like
It is-
hesitant to do it. If we want to explore a little more and we can't find him, then I'm more than happy to cast it if we hit a dead end.
All right.
It
so,
could.
I think it's like a little bit of a mix because we don't know if he's like
Cool.
waiting
wait.
around to just murder us for funsies or.
He just pops out from behind a wall and goes, "Yeah, you're turned into mush."
Yeah.
All right, so Alexa, you're gonna investigate the footsteps first, and then we'll figure out what.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Yeah, so I'll do. You said survival.
Yeah. So Alexa, I don't know if she communicates her intent because
Yeah.
otherwise she's just looking at the blood again.
Because like, I brought that up to like Captious because Captious like, well, do you want to like make it easier?
So
I can
you've
do this.
socialized that. All right.
Yeah, and she's like, I'm looking more for Luna Hope than I am for Ozzy right now.
Okay.
Captain's like, I honestly can't help you because out of character, I don't have survival.
Yeah.
19, which is a pretty good roll.
I'm keeping them really steady. I'm on 19 both sides.
So you do pace out pieces of the footprints, and they make their way down the broken storm doors that go down the stairs.
And those are the small footprints.
Yeah,
Like
you
the
see
small
them.
footprints.
You see them in a few different places, but they are because Luna Hope is a like child-sized tiefling. That they definitely come from the source of the living room that you were looking at previously, and they do make their way down the stairs.
Okay, so it looks like down the stairs. You said, Captos, you said that was where portals and...
That's where this teleport. If she's down there, she's trying to leave, trying
Yeah,
to get the heck out.
Okay. So it looks like she at least made it there. So that's good to know. When we get down there, I can try to figure out what portal she used. I
Hey,
still... kind of want to look and see who survived, if any. One, do you want to try to locate Ozzy now, or do we want to wait to locate Ozzy?
Trying to figure out what the hey buck was for. What's up?
Yeah. So I just
sorry.
wanted to know if, given everything that I've seen, right, like just patterns of people moving and whatnot, all of like the magical items would be down that area, or is there like separate libraries where he keeps?
So there are libraries that are in like the house, but for objects like items, they're stored downstairs.
So downstairs is a good place to go for.
It's also like the most secured place as a result.
Yeah.
Like storm doors, magically warded. Have you seen Castlevania for like the Belmont estate? It's like one of those situations.
Got it. I think our best bet is to just go down there. That was where Jacob would have gone to if he felt he noticed a threat. It's kind of like his panic room. Exactly.
I have a question about your locate spell, Cap. How much information do you get about where your target is? Is it like a vague understanding, or is it more like exact place, exact like location? Like, is it like almost like a tracking beacon?
You sense the direction and you concentrate up to an hour. So like it basically hones you beacon to where they are. Yeah.
Like one of those like beeps, beep. And then,
yeah, exactly.
That might be good to just have cast now because we're going into like uncertain areas. If it goes for up to an hour, just to have it.
So but if he's taken one of the teleportation circles, it's gonna be useless. Just
very true. Yeah, like if you take that's so. Let's figure. I'm gonna go just really quick over here just to get a like kind of scan visually the area to assess the situation, see if there is like just more death in that area because I'm seeing the footsteps coming from there.
Yeah, there is absolute death. There is no shortage of 8 dead humanoid bodies. The tables are in complete wreck and ruins. Okay. Again, they're fractured and burning. One of the support pillars has been cracked in half and is just like dangling there on one side, not supporting the upper floor.
So don't go on the upper floor.
Yeah, I think that's a safe like intuition for everybody. The upper floors are probably very dangerous.
Yeah.
She's like beaming right now. This is exactly what she wants to see.
She's like looking at it all burn.
Taking
she's like, fuck yeah.
Home building tips. Flaming corpses. Check.
I am gonna
Sin the homewrecker.
Yeah. Destroying Jacob Whyte's estate. I am gonna step down those stairs a little bit and like try to like remove whatever pieces of the door could be in the way of the rest of the party, if there is any.
Yeah, there absolutely is quite a bit. Like you go down only somewhat, like not even the bottom of the stairs. Like you can see more stairs are down there. You can see how it's collapsed.
Oh.
Yeah, so that whole entire stairs that's over, here, I'll ping it, here, is sunken down and in. Like that fell underneath it.
Oh.
So you'd have to excavate. You'd have to excavate, right?
Which would be a sin thing because no one else is real strong.
Captius, you know another way in? Is there another entrance to this, or do we?
As he closes his eyes and starts just mapping everything.
The one way in and out is that, and all the teleportation circles.
I mean, if you really wanted to, we could go back to the lair and teleport from there down into the teleportation circle for the vault.
All right, let me ask you this: on top here, this area.
Sorry, can you ping it again? Yeah.
She drew it and said, yeah, that's correct.
So, like, the stairs would go underneath this area?
Correct.
So if I take Wraith and I down into the top of this roof, could I crack it open to get down into the stairs?
In theory, that sounds spatially accurate. Mm-hmm. Assuming it doesn't make any turns, it continues to go in that direction.
So they're, like, investigating, and then...
It's just, like, destroying. So I'm like, yeah!
So, like...
Bring right down on top of those stairs.
Fuck Jacob Whyte.
Yeah, just... So you go to the already like collapsed part and find the part that's not as collapsed, and you just start you just go ham on that.
Yeah.
All right, go like... give me a strength check. As like Gig is like right behind you, like over your shoulder, watching you like mine the masonry.
Brilliant.
And Solus is a step away. Okay, so everyone hears, like, you're doing smart things, you're reconstructing stuff, and you just hear this loud, like...
Someone's doing construction over there.
As you put a big old dent in it, so it's definitely... You break the top layers of this stone masonry.
But no, like, hole to see.
No, not yet. It definitely goes down.
It's gonna take some time.
You don't know what that means. Like, it just went down. Depressed a bit. He turned some stone into stone dust.
That's gonna take time.
She was here, but she's gone.
Good. That took a second. What? So this stuff.
Yep.
Is there an area that has a higher concentration of it?
The highest concentration appears to be in the courtyard. Also, the little, like, D20 lights get very excited when Sin starts bashing the ground.
Yeah, the D20 lights, I'm real... And you said it was on the other side
like
of
excited insects.
Like the other side of, like, this? Like, if you look on the other side, it's kind of like the lights everywhere?
Yeah, that's the thing that pulls out the most. I think Stranger Things might be the better example. When the Demogorgon presses against, like, the walls and whatnot, it becomes very elastic. Only it's becoming more translucent. You can see the other side. So it's very, like, nasty membrane-esque. You can see the lights as the main thing.
Do they look like eyes? Like...
They do, like
just
they're
light.
spaced. How they're spaced out. Yeah, like they do look spaced out to approximately eye pairs.
Back in the academy,
Or multiple eyes.
Back in the academy, I read a book about, like, infernal abyssal creatures, and I'm gonna try to map the eyes to what type of creature it could be.
Yeah, I was also gonna ask if it matches with Torch.
Does not match with Torch.
Okay, like that idea of, like, that kind of creature.
So I'll give you a what comes into your mind very quickly after a little bit of staring at Captius. Like, you stare into the void
Don't
stares
stare
back.
at them too long, Captios.
Stare into it.
Oh, where's the thing that I have that... Oh, here it is. Move it over here. I'll put it here. No.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the stuff that they saw in the other planes when they were doing the gate jump.
Oh, those things are
Oh!
And I'm gonna map that onto a plane.
So those seem to appear mostly in abyssal, demi-planes, and Avernus.
Yeah, guys, this is definitely a rip into the darker realms. And those are creatures that are watching us.
I'm gonna be real honest as an out of character moment. I hate that thing. Whatever.
In character, Captios also hates them.
Are they hungry, Captius?
I really hope not. And they're getting excited. If they're getting excited what Sin's doing, it's probably because she's causing chaos.
Is it making
Destroying shit.
Is it thinning the membrane? Is it opening up more at all? Like,
Just excited lights currently.
Just excited, yeah.
Yeah, it's not like a set in place thing. It's always constantly moving, like looking at the tension of water. So it's getting a little bit more excited, but there's not a great frame of reference.
She, like, has the wraith up, like, about to swing again. So should I not do this? Or...
So Gig, like, leans uncomfortably close as, like, Sin's doing that. It's, like, cheek to cheek, like, you should do it, fellow human.
Do it!
Strength check.
I'm gonna talk to Alexa and Rolf while Sin is...
Gig got too close.
So
She
yeah,
got too excited,
so you
she
like
missed.
you're like yes, and you like go forward, and like having Gig too close,
Oh
it's just
my
like
God.
too awkward with her body motions. So she like does the whole entire like the golf swing effect where you don't really hit the tee. It's like.
Is it bad that my brain's like, is it because their horns touch? It throws your balance off.
Yeah, there you go. It's canon. So she goes to go forward, but they get a horn lock effect. So the two of them would just tumble down, and like she doesn't really hit anything.
you and Gig are close.
This is
Solus
not working.
blushes.
This is not working.
The tiefling marriage.
Yeah.
Those were demons, right? Those things?
whatever weird.
The creatures
creature.
from your identification, they are. It's hard to tell. They are definitely tainted with demonic, so they're either
Got it.
demons or infernals.
Should we spend some time closing this rift? I have no doubt that book has a way of doing that.
It also might behoove us to figure out how they opened in the first place.
I think right now on how they opened, I have some strong assumptions.
Which is
We're-
great that we have assumptions, but
But
we
we
need facts.
But
Facts
yeah,
and
but
figures.
What do you think it is?
I think it's from Ozzy. It's Reth.
Is it the... Man, this dude's just terrible. Why did we come here again?
To save the fucking world.
Fellow human.
Yes, this is like, how dare you?
Trying to like
Um,
unhook the horns right now, like trying to push them off.
Yep. Gig's like noodle cats, so he just kind of like makes it like dead weight until finally Sins pushes him off.
Get the fuck up.
So
I'm very tired, fellow human.
I'm gonna go over to Solus for a second, and kind of like, do you think you and I can work together to make like a radiant light or something, and see if it can change this effect?
Solus looks dead at Alexa and says, "What?"
If it's like, if it's if this is coming from like from like infernal negative plane, like when I'm around you I can do radiant, and you seem to have a connection with the light. Maybe the light can help cancel it out.
Okay.
Do you mind trying with me?
So she puts her hands out.
I mean, open your eyes, so.
It's like, open both eyes, open.
Oh, it's Rolf just starting out again.
Right. It's like, I'm not too sure what you're asking me to do. So she.
Well, because like it's weird, because I know like Alexa can do radiant damage with a Eldritch Blast, but I don't want to do like damage. I want to kind of almost like heal it.
Uh-huh.
So I don't know if like she can help channel her magic in through Solus to help like amplify it, to make it like more radiant, positive plane, something that might heal. She's just trying at this point. She's just trying.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, mechanically speaking, like the science of the world, what you're saying makes sense, but you are confusing Solus. Like she's like,
Oh yeah, that's
I will
fair.
definitely just put out good feelings to the air.
I feel them.
Yeah.
Good job, Solus.
Ah,
Doing
This is so
Um,
helpful.
Alexa will get her hand ready. Is there a way to hold Eldritch Blast in your hand before sending it out?
Not really. But I mean, thematically, you can do whatever the hell you want.
Yeah, because I want to kind of like hold that radiant energy in my hand.
I turn to Alexa and I'm like, remember what happened in the vault? Please do not experiment with anything until you check with me first. Otherwise, we're all going to get demonized in like, if you do this the wrong way, right? You could rip a larger hole, or you could tempt these guys to come out because you might
Just
hit them with
thinking of a
damage.
balloon
Like,
right now.
let's
Alexa,
not
So it's like,
experiment
please
with
don't make a larger hole.
Alexa just kind of like looks off in the distance and just messages, like pretending that she's not talking to Captios, but she kind of like slight point of book,
It's like,
book with a question mark.
yeah. So
Book.
Captius, who now has,
book.
given what we talked about,
Are you having a seizure, Alexa? Are you okay? Do you need medical attention?
so given what we talked about, Gig knows I have the book and
Mhm.
it just like doesn't care.
Okay, so it's like,
Or
can
maybe
we
he
read
cares.
it then? Because like
Yeah.
we need to fix this. And
Captius is going to go into a corner and
Do you wanna go
turn
to your safe
away.
space?
Turn away.
so the
Yes.
scene is currently, I mean,
You
to
know Gig's
point,
gonna show up and be like,
Sin
"Hello?"
and Gig have got horn locked and are pushing off of each other to on the horn lock. Solus is just like the first year like Marvel X-Men being like, will it work? I don't know.
And like, and
Captius
Alexa's
in the
trying to help by,
corner.
like, putting,
Alexa's
her, hands
like-
on her arms, like I'm helping.
And Rolf is like,
helping.
yo, I've made great. Maybe we shouldn't bring this guy back. I mean, I think it's a huge mistake.
This does not show a party member dynamic right here with The blood,
Yeah.
the corpses, the whole.
Yeah, not to mention the planar distortion, the corpses everywhere, the mass
And Capios
destruction.
is turned
And we don't
into
know
a
where this
corner.
murderer is. Like, he could be up top, just hiding, waiting for one of us to turn our
And
backs.
Capios is
Oh,
huddled in
yeah,
the
he
corner.
could.
Like,
He
this
could
is
absolutely.
fine. This is...
Just if I hide here, I won't see it when, like, Ozzy comes and, like, bludgeons my head off.
Yeah, Rolf is just, like, looking around in all directions, like, trying to make sure he's not going to die.
Keep head on the swivel. Head on the swivel. Dad's always like,
Does
head on the
John
swivel.
Travolta think he has
Capios.
he's got his coat on his arm and he's like,
Fuck, I wish Landsight told me more about this stuff.
And classic Capios, who like has no social understanding what's going on, is like, "Hey Rolf, come get behind me and just make sure no one sees what I'm doing. Just get big."
And then,
get
like,
big."
as
What
like,
are you
as you
doing?
say that,
I'm
like,
like-
literally, Gig's like,
I'm standing tall, waving my arms in the air, trying to, like, cover all the airspace so no one can just, like, sneak a peek.
yeah. Gig just, like,
Yes, we're doing
lays
so good at
down, like,
this.
belly
We're doing
first
so
on this,
good at
like,
investigating.
massacre with, like, blood everywhere and just, like,
I can see through you, you know.
he just does the leg kick for good measure, like a little girl in a bed. And he's just like, this is
Is Sin
entertaining.
still stuck in his horns while this? So he just, like...
No,
looks
they
at-
they have de-locked
okay.
at this point, but he's not getting off the ground.
So
So you
taking
have
out the
What-
book,
you take
What
out
do you
the,
say
you
to
take,
the book?
all right, you take it out. What next?
and I put my hand on it,
Okay.
and I think to myself, "How do you close a planar distortion?" And I've sandwiched it in between my two hands, and I'm holding on and squeezing on the book real
We've
tight.
lost a DM. We've lost our DM.
I'm here.
DM.
I can keep going. You
No,
want me to keep
please
going?
do. It's been a long week.
And I'm squeezing the book between my hands.
Good.
So that the pages are like kind of pushing outwards.
That's right.
I assume
Good.
sandwiching.
That's a
And,
lot of pressure that you're putting
a lot
on
of
that
pressure.
book.
That's how you get the knowledge out.
Yep.
Strength check.
How do
Squeeze out that
you
knowledge.
close a planar distortion?
Okay. Go ahead and roll Arcana to reflect your studying through the book.
If the answer is just throw positive plane energy
I know.
at it, Alex would be like,
Good.
I told you.
Ah.
I told you.
Give it good feels.
Give it good feels. 20. Okay.
Nice.
So you get you get the cookbook recipe for how you address that. It's kind of like, how do you fix if someone go ahead and like destroys your exterior wall in your house? Like, what do you do to patch that up versus say drywall? You get the recipe for that. What that translates into like mechanics versus thematics is that you spend time doing a ritual, which will require positive energy, but also requires force, which is just raw like energy, what a wizard could do. So you need a source.
be like
You need like
Eldritch Blast.
1 part force, 1 part positive energy. Follow this 20-step process, and you can mortar the wall.
How long would that take for a wall this big?
If you look at that and you do kind of a judgment, you'll be at it all day. For the part in the courtyard.
So, do you say this out loud, Cap?
Is there a way to like prop something up against it? Almost not like plaster over it, but just like
Taking a steel plate and be like rivet, 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 rivet,
yeah,
rivet.
exactly, and be like fixed.
So you had a pretty good roll for 20. So alternative solutions, like, I don't want the dam to burst while I'm properly fixing the dam. You can do that, and that will cause. You would use just pure positive energy for that, so against the source of the energy. So that would be correct, and it would just remain there, radiating out that sort of energy, which would become a different problem altogether because it's kind of like radioactivity.
Got it.
Oh,
But it would work. Like, whatever it is not coming across because you're abjuring a barrier. A very strong barrier. You'd also need an energy source to stay there to keep it there. Because it's not material, right? It's energy.
Yeah. Damn, Paulo.
Can you,
Yeah,
like, looking at this, well, first, does Captio say any of that out loud?
Yeah.
He's
yeah.
reading. He's reading that majestic...
Out loud.
Yeah.
Like you read that, so then,
Oh.
then translate what you read out loud, sir.
So basically, what would have to happen, and this is now Capio's talking. Basically, what would have to happen is Solus would have to produce energy, which I could show her how to do. I don't know how strong it would be given her power, but we could also probably leverage Panger's energy to plaster over it. We would need some sort of force to push against it, but the problem is we need someone to be holding it closed. We need to constantly be spending their time holding the wall closed if we were to do it in the short way, and if we were to do it in the long way, I would be here all day. We'd all be here all day.
What
Cap,
would happen if we don't seal it?
Great question.
Stays as is. So eventually, if it's thin enough, people can get to the other side, but they haven't gotten across yet.
But they can work on it from the other side.
Yeah.
Now that there's this opening, they can start to pry it open.
It's real
Those
bad.
eyes would start to be eyes on this side.
And those are
Those things are demonic by nature. I don't know what they are, but I've seen them in my book in the books. I didn't.
Alexa will kind of like hold out a book, like, can you draw it for me real quick? Because she's been in Avernus, so she's just really curious if she's come across them before. But he's just describing
For
like,
sure.
Roll performance or any artistry tools that you
please
have.
doodle for me, Captios. Draw this beautiful drawing
This
for
is-
me.
This is gonna be great. He knows it, but can he draw it?
Please
Exactly.
draw it.
Paint me like a French girl.
I want to see Captios' art skills. You got
Performance
this.
is charisma based. Beautiful.
Perfect.
So
can
do
I-
me a
so can I-
favor. For,
Yeah,
for
I'm gonna draw
inspiration, use the board and doodle out what you think a
Yes,
6 in
doodle out the-
performance
Doodle
would
out
be.
the thing.
Yeah.
I want to see what you draw. This actually makes me real excited. This is a fun time.
Can you guys see this?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
Oh, I can see it. I see
Oh,
it's a
yeah.
beautiful circle. Perfect. Can't forget the weird 4-eye thing.
Oh, it's not attached. That's bonus points.
Wait, actually, Buck, can you put the picture up again, just real quick, so I can?
For a frame of reference
do have
in
my
his
memory.
in his Captios brain. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can really see it.
Oh,
Oh, yeah, you
perfect.
gotta
I
get
got
those
it.
like weird spikes in that tail thing. Beautiful. Beautiful.
What it looks like, Alexa. And I come out of it, and I'm like so proud of my work.
You're like that.
So
That's right.
pick up
That's what
inspiration for doodling, and that's what you get on parchment there, Alexa.
Okay. So, thank you, Captain.
You're welcome. That's actually probably one of my better drawings that I've ever.
We should.
Thank you for making me do that. I'm very proud of what I've drawn here today. He
Solus
just keeps
is
going
like,
now. He's just like
Good
so
job, Captios.
So
He
it's
looks
like
exactly
it's
like
lovely. It's lovely, Captios.
I can see it in my mind. It's exactly what something would look like.
And Solus leans
looks
over to
like
Alexa and is like, "What is that?"
I was
Don't
like,
you
I
see?
don't. I was like, Alexa's like kind of like remember like, well, you know, they say that people get better with practice. Like, you have such a good memory. No, we're just gonna do this more. The more I have you draw stuff, eventually
That's right.
it'll
Solus
translate
Solus looks
to
to Alexa
something.
like, "I don't think we have that much time in the world left."
Oh
I think I didn't mean it like that. I mean,
Yo, does she say it loud enough for me to hear?
oh, she says that out loud. Like she's like, practice makes perfect. And Solus innocently says, "I don't think we have enough time in the world left." And when everyone reacts that way, she's like, "I didn't mean it like that."
There's like 2 days. You get 2 days to figure out. I was like, thank you,
So,
Captius, for this drawing. Unfortunately, it's not ringing any bells from my time in Avernus.
Do you want me to toss them into the fire? Because I will.
Toss what into the fire?
It's like,
You're shit.
I would like
I
you.
like-
I would like you to make it burn, fellow human.
Alex was like, you know what? I'm gonna keep this in my book. You did a good job, Captius. And she'll just close her book up, keep it in there, and just
Actually,
sleight of hand.
as
thrown
she
into
does
the
that,
fire.
Captain's gonna take it. He's like, "It's going into this book," and he puts it into
Paolo's
the Paolo's book.
It is absorbed into the book. It is now archived.
Oh,
It
we
is
got that
now
extreme cap
part
that
of the
in.
library that is your book. It is
And, like,
a
he's having a
it
bad
is
day,
C
he'll just
reference
open it
image
up.
1F. This.
I just imagine he like puts his hand on the book. He's like, I want to see my drawing, and he just opens it up. He's like, that's a good drawing.
It's good.
That's a good.
Circa 623, third era, right?
He's like, I did a good job. I don't know what they were saying. This is a good drawing.
So are we
Sin, I think
gonna-
what you're doing up there is a good idea. I just feel like those guys on the other side are getting super excited and are going to try to come onto this side if we do too much. So if you don't mind doing it quickly and not spending a lot of time just bashing at this wall, that would be great. I know you're like
Can I try something
busy.
Are you
weird?
being passive aggressive with me right now, Captios?
No, I'm just trying to like not have those things come out and attack me.
Okay.
I've had we've all had too many devils come out from portals and start attacking us, I would say.
Well, I have
What do you mean you guys have had this happen before?
I have a
It's happened
thought.
recently too with the Bone Devil.
Yeah.
I have a weird thought.
So this is like anything
So,
to
like,
change the topic. Go ahead.
so it gets excited when Sin is hitting it with Wraith.
When Sin using Wraith is hitting the ground.
So what if? And like Alexa looks at Captious, like keep an eye on their eyes. Okay.
Done.
Okay.
What do
And
you-
I'll
what do
walk over and be like, Sin, I need you to step aside for a second. Gig, if you also could step aside for a second.
Gig, who's on the ground, just rolls off. Just does. Just like
and
a
I'm gonna
child,
cast-
just like rolls away
Into the blood?
into the
I'm gonna
blood.
cast-
Yeah.
I'm gonna cast 2 rays of Eldritch Blast at it.
You would know when you start to do this. Eldritch Blast only
It's
targets
force.
living things,
Ah, god damn it! What do I have that's
so it's
not
like a
living?
ghost blast at that point.
Because I'm not strong enough to move them, but I want to do force and see if they're excited by Wraith or if they're just excited by chaos. I'm trying to get that differentiation.
I could shoot lightning at it.
Do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, if lightning works, if that doesn't have to be cast by, is that just lightning damage? Would that, in theory, also move the?
Lightning does not produce much force. No.
Yeah, that's the only problem. Is like I
It
don't.
would, but I imagine it would like blast them, right? It's more like TNT versus.
TNT. It's
Just
dynamite.
pure energy?
It's pure energy. So you'd have scorch marks.
Oh,
Like
okay,
it has.
got it.
So I think what you're talking about is energy versus kinetic energy. Like this, there's very little kinetic energy in a lightning blast. You're thinking that source of energy you're looking for is force, thunder, which is sonic, right? I think
Got
we're
it.
thunder versus lightning.
Got it.
I could chromatic orb it.
Ooh,
Good.
that working because you could do force, right?
Yeah, thunder.
Which is sonic, which would be the
Yeah.
most kinetic energy next to bludgeoning.
Yeah.
So yeah, try doing that because I just need to see if we just have to find different ways that's not sin.
Okay, I'm gonna cast.
And now
chromatic
since she's
chromatic
not doing
orb.
it, she's staring at the eyes too. Like, see what they do.
I mock Gig. You wounds me, Alexa.
All right, that absolutely hits, and it are you doing what Sin was doing and trying to go beyond where the rubble is and to shoot down, which would be your feet,
Yeah, I think. Like,
or are you
whatever-
trying to shoot where the rubble has collapsed in the cave
Where the
and try to
rubble
push it
has
in?
collapsed, kind of.
So you're trying to like blow.
So I guess I'm gonna go up here a little bit and try and like position like myself so I'm not just blasting straight down underneath me, like kind of like at a 45-degree angle shot.
Yeah, so you're
No.
you're doing like a chip effect, right? So if
Yeah.
this is where the lip is for what's left of this like raise, you're going like here to shoot down to kind of like chip
Yeah.
off what you can from the midway point. How smart
Yeah.
is what's his intelligence?
16.
Oh, yeah, he's pretty damn smart. So he could figure out like basic like, trigonometry, geometry,
Yeah.
to make that happen. So with that
It's why he
amount,
chose not
you
to go right below himself.
because it's such a rough shot, you do blast out with chromatic orb. So go ahead and describe that. The result is you're going to unearth if someone like cleaved out that piece of it. You can definitely at that point feel the air like come out, like escape, but not enough that a person could like go down in yet. So you are excavating. You excavated a fair amount of it.
So
Or the-
I point. Go ahead, Alexa.
Oh, I was just gonna ask, like, are the eyes glowing? 'Cause that
The
was
eyes,
test.
because both of you are staring daggers at it. They do not react to Rolf blasting this thing.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
So I point 2 fingers out, and at the tips of them, a little white orb 4 inches in diameter starts to form. And then I focus intently on the angle in the shot, and it just shoots out from my fingertips. And as it connects, you hear like a sonic blast, kind of like what would be a bloom. like a sonic boom would be.
People didn't know you were there. They know you're there now.
It's like surprise.
That was a good one. It's like a quarter of as loud as Landsight.
From like all the other several, good job.
Oh, I just hear like brother.
Oh my gosh.
And like yeah, because Alexa and Captain are both see that the eyes aren't glowing, and I just kind of turn to Sin like, you can't smash. I'm sorry.
Gig looks wounded. Like just starts mimicking like Sin's facial expressions while on the ground.
I just like put my hand on his head and just like push him into the ground.
Yeah. And these guys are like, you're a breaker, so part of that channel's wrath, and they seem to get excited by you breaking.
That sucks.
Yeah.
I can't do anything.
Can you use your arms and like just help pull apart at this point without using Wraith?
Well, let's
Yeah,
just say
can.
this. Until we get out of their eyesight, eye line, you shouldn't do it. Once they no longer can see you, there's a chance that it'll still be fine.
Okay.
I have a feeling it won't be a chance that it'll still be fine, but
Yeah,
Actually,
maybe.
do you mind if I roll Arcana to figure out if it would be fine or not? Like,
If it's like an energy
because
thing or a
basically,
visual
yeah,
thing.
like is it anywhere in the world that Reth is doing something? Are they going to get excited, or is it
they
more
see it.
so that? Right.
Are
so
you
like,
pulling your memory or something else to find that out?
I'm pulling my memory.
Roll religion.
Ooh.
How religious is he?
Demonic entities. Well,
I'm not
It is.
religious, but I know religion.
yeah,
Like I've
you
read
know
all.
knowledge of.
Yeah.
It is imp based.
It is. 15. It's very similar to how like infernal lords or demonic lords work. They get agitated when they have similar like energy about because they're
it's
they're
because
not
she's
because they're
close
not
to
like
them.
super smart. Like you can't really reason with them. So they
Got
have like
it.
ants, like hive minds. They notice one of their kind doing shit.
And they would be attracted to that. So as long
Correct.
as we get a distance away, we should be okay.
Okay.
That's cool.
I mean, there's
For
been no
you.
Diplo checks
For
against
you,
them,
it's
and they'd be
cool.
pretty useless.
Yeah. All right. So are we all gonna try to pull away some of these rocks? Because
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you right now, anytime I try to lift anything more than like, say, 40 pounds, I get tired and I need to sit for a second. So
Well, how about Captain?
Damn,
how about-
Captus, what's your workout regimen? 40 pounds is impressive.
How about you focus on because you're
Solus
the
is like, it's true.
you and
Why?
you Solus and Panger seem to be the people that can potentially put at least a band-aid on this situation. How about you focus on that while we go and try to remove some of this rubble and then maybe investigate, figure out what's going on.
What?
Does that make
Wait.
sense? Like there's the cellophane demon thing, and he has an idea of a ritual for how to at least like put a band-aid on it. So if he's working on that while we're trying to get into that downstairs area to investigate.
it is a good question for Panger specifically because of the way Panger works. Would Capios think that Panger could do this from afar, right? Very similar to how Paula was holding the seal of Elo.
Mhm.
Could Panger hold this close, or would that be too strenuous on the little flute?
That'd be too strenuous.
Okay.
Oh, this little
Like, I think that if push came to shove, that would probably be your first casualty of season 10.
You kidding me?
No.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
What
I-
the fuck is wrong with you?
Swear. to
I'm not the
God.
one sacrificing a floof that's adorable here, but he is
Oh.
he's a piece of Pisces. If you're effectively asking was it Panger to pull a palo?
Mm.
Yeah, he ain't going anywhere.
Got it. So then we ain't doing that.
No.
So how much
Okay.
do we
Oh
actually
my
need-
god. Like, speaking of which, is now a good time. You guys want to? We're about the halfway point. You want a quick bio break?
Yeah, we should
Yeah.
take a bio
Yeah.
break and then figure
Yeah.
out what our next
Process.
step
Well,
is.
we get a process.
I
Panger
swear.
side.
I swear I will find.
You might
what
want to
these
put
few-
that on the no list, the no list, if it bothers you that much. Again, anything not on the no list is not opted out from the marketing emails.
Well, because
that
Panger's not
is-
really my character, so I felt like I couldn't put Panger on the no list.
neither is Note.
But yeah, like Note was like a companion of mine.
You're
Finger's
welcome
also
to you're
companion of
welcome to do
Cass.
that. And if you get silly and like, oh, I would like to opt out Aurora, I'd be like, we have a conversation. But
No, it's just is it sad that I'm just
I'd
trying
like
to
to
protect
opt
the
Gig out.
floofs?
I'd like to like opt out. Can we just opt out everybody?
put 'em on the list.
Season 10 it started and ended. I'll let you know what happened later.
It's just bad that like of all the things I'm trying to protect, it's just like the floofs. We must protect the floofs.
It might be worth spending some time thinking about it, like Phantome. Anyway, I gotta step
Oh,
away
God.
myself as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Be right back.
Be right back.
The floofs demand attention and break things. Good job, Panger. I know. It got in your way. We'll fix it. It's okay, buddy. Now I'm back. They heard Panger. All of them came scurrying. Yeah, and as far as stream goes, like audio's on, but video's off.
Got it.
Actually, now's a great time to refresh the 3 liters of water. It is empty.
How's it going, Puck?
Not bad, man. How are you?
Pretty good, pretty good.
Good week so far?
Yeah, pretty good week.
You still working extra shifts and whatnot?
Yeah, a lot of catching up to do. It's eased down
That's
a little
good.
bit. So, yeah. But you know, the perspective that I get a call can happen really at like any time, and
Yeah.
you know, I have to kind of take care of it because I'm the only one who's able to take care of it.
Yeah.
But hey, it's good money and it needs to get done, so
Yep. Exactly.
yeah. I'm interested to see how we
Water.
handle this
Yum.
membrane.
Yeah. Membrane's definitely very interesting.
It's a
'Cause I
cool
feel like-
mechanic.
It feels like one of those things that by the time we finish everything, the demons are going to come out, right? It just feels ominous.
It also could be something where like we have to like not give up a party member, but like it serves to like weaken the party for
Yeah.
the next.
Yeah, it's kind of just, ugh.
Because if we ignore it, it's definitely gonna pop later, like after if anything happens at all in the negative, and
Exactly. Like if there's all this infernal energy being created somewhere in the world, that thing is gonna.
Yeah.
so I wonder if we're gonna end up having because it needs an external power source, right?
Yeah.
Oh my God, was that?
Was that Jarvis?
I was hungry. It's just really hungry. It's Jarvis.
Jarvis has thoughts. Did you make it a sudden movement?
No, it's that time. That's when they go for their
it is
post-walk run.
Jarvis makes the weirdest face sounds.
Huskies. Demons come out from their voices.
They really do. My favorite is still how he howls, because it's not howling, it's just screaming. Oh no, it's Just like,
I love-
They're
I
used
love
to
how your
getting
mic-
exercise at lunch break and after work, so it's about that time.
Your mic like said, "Nope, we're not having it," and like when you were howling, it just like cut out.
oh really? Good. I'm trying not to be too loud, so I'm glad that the howling is just like, no.
Your poor neighbors.
They're fine. They're maybe.
Okay, and we're back.
And we're back.
And we're back. Boop.
So we gotta blow this thing open.
Blows popsicle stand. And then so what I was trying to say before was have Capdios and like Solus and Pinger work together to like start the ritual at least
Yeah, it's gonna take literally
all day.
day.
So
There is one thing I want to highlight because I don't think it got mentioned in thematics. Rolf's chromatic orb was very strong. I think you cast the 4th level spells now. Is that right?
Yeah.
Third.
Third. So the strength of if he cast it as high as like a fireball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It basically does fireball damage.
Mm-hmm.
Did you want to use your spell for that?
They're all that way. That's the
They're all
big
that
problem.
Oh.
So like
oh.
that's what everyone saw with Rolf. Like you can tell when
Oh.
things are funneled in with more intensity. Yeah, you've all seen chromatic orb. This is like if he cast it as strong as he could.
Because of gig.
Well,
No,
we don't
know.
know that.
We
but
just
you-
know what just happened.
yeah,
We're
but
like,
mechanically out of character, yeah, because like got pulled from gig.
Okay.
so like I'm just gonna look at Rolf and be like, did you just like how many of those did you just cast at once?
Just
Where the
one.
where the fuck?
I
is
was
that
feeling
going, the
good.
bone devil?
I don't know.
What?
I didn't feel this good.
Gig's like on the gig who's like I'm assuming so we can push down by sin. It's like gig tar like down at the kneel. It's like I feel good. Do 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 do.
I just feel like strong. Like
Strong as I should. Do 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 do.
like I have all this extra energy to pull from.
Pull from. Do do.
Right on, Gig.
Right on. Do do. I feel good. Do 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 do.
Stop encouraging us. Just-
But he's amazing.
no.
Yes, I am. Do 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 do.
You're like, so you know it's only gonna get worse. You know it's only gonna get worse.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're like, this is our life now. This is.
Fellow humans like music.
Rolf, how do you feel like hitting it with another one of those? Do you think that's
Yeah.
okay or?
Yeah, I can definitely. I feel like I got him for days.
Oh. Great.
Oh,
Okay.
this is how Rolf dies. This is how.
He's got several more spots before that happens. But he is very much quickly becoming like an addict. So with a
It's like,
13,
did you see this
however,
power?
you don't get the angle right, and you just cascade that sucker into the courtyard. So where there were blood and like stone cobblestones, like you added a crater. I'll just put a crater SFX in there to figure that one out.
Oh, that one, that's hard to handle. I was really trying to focus hard on that one, and it just kind of got away from me. So much harder to control now, but it feels great.
You know what Rolf is kind of like making me think of it, because I remember like from his like backstory, he didn't have a whole bunch of power. Like he was just.
It reminds me of
Extra
his
sun.
the trial, honestly, where they just like, shooting all over the place. Where you
Yeah,
couldn't roll
like-
above a 3.
yeah.
That one, yeah.
Well, like it's like you didn't have much power, and like you slowly grew into your power, but then it just accelerated way too fast. And now you're just like, but look at all this power. Like the idea of like an addict, I feel like can very easily happen with Rolf.
Oh
It'd be
yeah.
interesting to see how he
No.
handles extra power.
So
Here, You basically dropped like one of these, and I'll make it appropriate sized. Here you go.
Oh, let's see, we got a crater in the world now.
Ah, I mean, I could probably fire off another one. It feels like I'm able to cast just so many of these. That it's so powerful, but not taking up anything. It feels like.
Yeah, let's watch this happen.
Oh.
Okay.
Meanwhile, like definitely give you some
Alexa's
background
looking just
music.
real concerned from the corner. It's just going too much. Like maybe we try a different.
No, third time's a charm.
Let's get
wasn't
the
the time.
angle to make slightly more sense. Here you go.
Are you even trying? Are your eyes open when you're catching?
Yeah.
it?
You don't understand. It's like going from like a handgun to a shotgun.
He's like RPGing it not to hit himself down at the ground and not
Yeah.
rocket jumps. Like I don't want splash damage.
But why are you having such an issue now?
I'm not sure. It feels like I'm drawing from. I normally draw magic for myself and like inner power, but this feels like it's like mixed or something. Like it's like someone spiked my magic.
Meanwhile,
He's like
just
playing
rocking out. Just providing
I need to learn how
bardic
to-
background music. The guitar
I need to
solo
learn how to
style.
get this under control.
Is it a logical correlation that Gig is causing it, or is it still like a?
Nothing with Gig is a logical correlation.
That's
Yeah.
fair. That's real fair. I think
Sure.
right now Alexa's side-eyeing Gig, like not positive, but like
I mean, Gig is just playing his guitar.
yeah.
I think at this point, Sin, do you think you could just kick some of those rocks out?
Well,
I
that's
mean,
what I'm saying. Like, can we just like pull, like not using Wraith, but can you like grab some and try to like pull away?
Pull
Or,
my
like,
sleeves
pull out some of
just
the rubber.
yeah.
What's
and walk
could-
over. I grab onto some of the rocks, and I pull.
All right, strength check. Yeah. You start. Oh wait. You are at disadvantage. You're not to the 9. You start pulling and you're like, I got this, and then you realize how tired you are. Like your body reminds you that you are actually tired. Like when you haven't been up, when you've been up for too long. So, and you're like, oh yeah, you're actually pretty tired.
Oh, you still have 1 point.
1 point exhaustion.
Mechanically. Okay.
Yeah.
I haven't rested long enough to.
Yeah, you got 2 days, but she had 3 points.
Yeah.
Well, that did not work.
Do you want me to blast another one?
I think that's our only option right now, and I'm just.
Mm,
How big is the hole?
That's been created because he like hit once effectively. It's above not to put your foot in.
Is it? Could I put Nuru through there?
Yeah, it's Nuri's about foot sized.
Yeah. So first, like, gonna send Nuru, and Nuru's gonna put little sassy claws on like the edge, just kind of like peek through real quick before going in.
Okay.
So just peeking through, what do I see?
You see.
I could
that
also just
there-
turn myself into a bird. All are options.
Sure. You definitely see that there is less death and carnage there.
Mm-hmm.
There is a series of doors in a hallway that are closed, and one at the very end that is open that is faintly glowing a blue-green light.
Concerning. Can I sense any movement or anything alive in there?
From a hallway with closed doors and no.
Like I guess because I'm just worried about sending Nuru into like an area that's like surprise, and then Ozzy comes in and snaps the bird.
Sure,
Yeah.
if he's behind one of those doors that are
That's fair.
closed.
And
Okay.
if Ozzy would snap a bird's neck for just existing.
Fair.
true.
This is kind of like a mechanical question.
Sure.
Can I cast invisibility on myself and then turn into a bird? And be an invisible bird?
Yes. If that's your intent, sure, I'll
Yeah.
allow it.
That's what I'm gonna do, because
It's
I'm
a bit. I'll say that mechanically speaking, you shouldn't, because you can turn into a bird and then you have to cast a spell. Because like you do an action,
Yeah.
you lose the ability to have invisibility. But
I just want to be able to go in and
you
not
can also
get-
cast invisibility on Nerd. To be very honest with you.
Yeah, true. I think she's more willing to kind of sacrifice herself than her bird.
Choices.
Interesting.
I
the
like
party would
animals.
appreciate your you being alive more than Nuru, because Nuru goes when you go.
You're not wrong. She's gonna turn into a bird, make herself invisible, and fly in that space just to kind of get a feel for what's going on, to see if like they're about to go into like a dangerous spot, or if it's just like, hey, we can go in and investigate. So she's gonna take a look at the door straight ahead that you said had glowing.
Yep. So what you actually notice while you're doing that is you're early tracking footprints. There are two sets of footprints, one of which being a small child-sized, going to that room with the open door.
Okay.
The doors themselves, you're birds, so you can't really interact with the closed doors, but they do appear to be closed doors. The final open door looks very similar to the one in the vault. And all of the footsteps go to one of 3 circles. So one of them specifically goes to.
Is there any...
It's the only one that's actually glowing, too. The other ones are not.
And so that's what the glowing is coming from.
Yes.
There's 3 of them. Is there any symbols on them signifying like how in the vault there was the banner? Is there anything kind of signifying where that one might be going?
Yeah, they all have banners. So you immediately recognize one banner, which was the one from the vault. So we'll say there's a north, east, and a west, and you enter from... You Goldstaff, you enter the room from the south into the room, which has a northern portal, a western portal, and an eastern portal. The northern one does have the symbol you're used to seeing from the vault, and vice versa. The one to the west is one that you're not as familiar with. The one to the east you're not familiar with.
Okay.
And the one that is currently aglow is the west, is the eastern one, not the western one.
In the hallway, do I notice any kind of traps if I were to, like, say, turn human and put any pressure on the ground?
So you want to bird investigate?
Yeah, essentially, look, because so my intent is to turn back to, like, a full Alexa, but in that area.
Mm-hmm.
So my concern is if I step down, because it is going to be so heavily guarded, are there things in place that, like, if something were to step down, I would get attacked or, like, magically attacked by something?
Sure, you can roll investigation.
Okay. Bird investigation. Birdstigation.
Meanwhile, Alexa has disappeared. Literally disappeared.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What is everyone doing topside?
Defeated by a wall once again.
Goddamn walls.
That's why we build walls. Stop all the Philippines from getting to
I'm
our
going
stuff.
over the mechanics of how to handle the power. I'm just like in introspective thought about, magic flow and accuracy.
Yeah, you're effectively used to firing a 9mm, and suddenly you've got a 50 cal, and it's just like kicking back like crazy.
I'm just imagining him having a Mulan moment in the water, like, who is
So you go to a blood pool, and that's your magical water.
He's having his princess moment.
Yeah.
Trying to
You gotta sing. You gotta sing to
power.
the magical water.
Gig, I need some magic water.
Wow. You need Ozzy there for that.
Oh, he's gonna pee on stuff. He's gonna pee on
Try again,
everything.
Wolf? Is that what you're trying to do?
What?
Is
What?
Wolf trying again?
Oh no, he was trying to figure out what was going on.
Yeah, I'm more like mechanically saying I'm not really doing anything important with a thematic
Got it.
twist.
Yeah.
He's finding the inner strength.
He's trying to figure out why his calibration is broken. Yeah. He's like, he's not used to this much oomph.
It's like someone like cracked me out.
Yeah. Imagine how much work we can do if we
crap.
get him hooked on this. Okay. So that's Rolf. Rolf is having an introspective moment. What about Sin, Captios, assorted NPCs? We know what Gig's doing, not being helpful.
Yeah, Sin's been told she can't do her Sin thing, and now she's just.
Oh, yeah, so at that point, Gig's antagonizing her. It's like, how does it feel, do, fellow human, do,
At this point,
to be
Captius is-
useless. Like the point where you like just feel the heat of his breath just on your cheek. Just useless. Holds a note for a while.
If it means not having my entire party killed, I will hold off for just a little longer.
At which point, Capios, as you're saying that, Capios is like, Sin, I think you just need to bash this wall.
So responsible.
I'm for bashing the wall.
Unless Rolf is gonna get his
If
power in
you
check.
Sin, if you don't think you can bash this wall well enough, I'll definitely bash it with this magic.
Let's roll.
Solus
Can we
is
try
like, can
one
we
more
stop
time?
using the bashing word? Like,
Yeah,
just...
I'll aim one more time, Captius. I'll try one more
Cool.
time. Okay.
Are you gonna warn Alexa?
No, that's why I'm asking what's happening topside. The babysitter has left the group.
Well, you didn't actually say where you were going.
You just bird it in. Okay, you blast the top off. This time you've cleared. So Alexa, as you are doing bird investigation on whether or not turning human would trigger any traps, you come to the current conclusion. You're like, absolutely not. There are traps, but none that will boosh. And then you see all these like blinking lights, like the turrets have been activated, like boop, 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 boop. So you go from like, I'm safe, and then like the 1,000 daggers approach, like what's happening? Camera's on.
So
Now you feel like if you move, you're probably going to get attacked. As a bird or as an Alexa.
And you're not invisible anymore, right?
No, she's still invisible.
I'm still invisible.
But that's why she's not getting attacked. They can't see her. But if she moves,
Can I talk?
you feel that that's relatively safe. There are very few things that home on people talking as opposed to people moving.
So then you just hear, just from the cavern, the actual fuck.
I just listened to Captios, Mom.
That's
I
where you
can't
were? Why would you
move.
not tell us where you went before you just disappeared?
You saw. I
No.
assumed you were smarter than this, Captios. I can't move
You
anymore.
assumed wrong!
Because like you guys saw, she assumed that like Captios would have seen like her put Nero there, look in, and be like okay, and then disappear, and be like, I thought you would have assumed what happened.
Do you
I
see
can't
where I
move
am?
now.
I'm
So-
nowhere close to that hole. Like thematically, I'm like I was in the corner with my book, and then I've been like talking to everyone, and then you're just gone.
She's like, well, fun fact, whatever you did, you guys can't come in here. I can't move, so this is a fun challenge for me. You triggered everything. Everything.
Gig's like, everything, fellow human?
Well,
I'm not triggered. I feel great.
if Luna Hope is able to walk through, there's got to be some sort of like thing to shut that off.
Yeah, good luck finding it. I can't find it. I can look. And she's like, her eyes are like straightforward. She's just kind of like moving her eyes around, just trying to see like
Nope.
anything. Nothing. She's like,
Nope, nothing. I think. Go ahead, Captive. Since you've had previous knowledge of this place, give me a straight intelligence check.
Love a good
Okay.
intelligence check.
You can roll an advantage because you got photographic memory.
Banana soup sky beam. Just
Do you? Just go ahead and shout it out. I mean, if you're speaking out loud, Solus is for the idea. 9. You know, the thing that you remember this area is that the guards, like the safety mechanisms they activated, are not down there. They're topside. Somewhere.
Can we dispel it? Is it like a magical thing?
With
Can
that
anyone-
roll, he does not remember if it is mechanical, magical, or a combination.
Yeah. I
Alexa,
was not-
you're staring at a few of these. You absolutely can tell that they are both mechanical and magical. Like, you got a crossbow bolt that's just kind of like tracking.
you know, it's like,
And you
I
can
tell
see
you, this
sigils.
crossbow, some magic. Definitely pointing at me.
What if you run just really fast
No,
down the?
definitely gonna die.
What if you
most-
misty step?
And you misty step out of there?
You could Misty Step 30 feet.
Does that you say that without saying you can Misty Step out of there? You said specifically you can Misty Step 30 feet.
Oh yeah, you'd absolutely have different traps to work with. But the ones that are currently like immediate vicinity aren't as a problem. The ones that 30 feet from you would be.
Just like,
How far away are you?
can I Misty Step into the portal room? Do I see traps in the portal room?
I had assumed you're in the portal room. That's
I
where
was
you're
in the
seeing a lot of
portal
these.
room, yeah.
Yes. So there's the ones here are a lot more, from what you remember in the vault, more precise because they don't want to damage the portals. So the precise traps, they're less area-esque, like a bolt versus an explosion or a swinging scythe. Yeah. That hallway though is pretty long and has almost nothing in it.
You say
call-
that.
I
Come
say
down
that.
there from the other side.
Yeah. Can we?
I'm just gonna.
Can we go in now? Is there a big enough?
Oh
hole for us?
yeah, there's a big enough hole. You could all hop on in if you wanted to.
I think we should.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go in.
I
So-
appreciate the sounds of Alexa being like, you set off all the alarms, and you're like,
We're coming, Alexa!
walk into the hallway that we don't know if there's traps or not.
Oh, yeah.
Jesus.
All right,
How
so-
are we gonna know they're there if we don't set them off?
You already. Oh god. I mean, at this point, you guys go. You
To make
do
it
you.
easier, one, this doodle's amazing. Please screen cap this, but I am going to remove it to represent the hallway that I did not draw. So Alexa, effectively, I'll put you here, which is going to be representing the portal room,
Yeah.
and I'll put everyone else. So who is there anyone not hopping down? I heard Captios, Sin,
Yeah, I'm going.
Rolf. Everyone's coming on
Yeah.
down. All right.
Let's do it.
So this is about how wide the corridor is. Put the PCs up front. Y'all, who hops down first?
Me.
Got it. Dexterity saving throw. It is a trap. So you get advantage.
Alexa's like, there's traps. You're like, but go down there. I was like, what the fuck, guys?
I was trying to save you.
'Kay.
Ooh. Hey.
You are hit as you drop down. You are skimmed by a bolt that hits you for 6 points of damage. The second you drop down, there, the first thing that happens, you get pinned by a bolt. Who drops down next?
I'm dropping down next.
Okay.
Also, I don't like that Gig is rolling these.
I really appreciate that Giga's rolling this. It feels right. I was actually about to say that I really like that it's Gig that's rolling.
Well, I was
like,
going to change it to DM. It was intentional, but you know what? We're doing it now. Go ahead, same
Everything's
thing.
canon.
You drop down dexterity saving throw.
Do.
Okay. You are also hit by a bolt that wings you for a similar amount of 6 points of damage. Rolf, you're the third jump down. You hear the and the cracking of these large bolts.
I imagine the door is open just enough. That
Oh,
Alexa
you can see
people.
it. The origination
And
of the
she's
bolts
like-
is not from the portal room. It's somewhere in the corridor.
She's just like, really? Oh, okay.
Okay,
She can't-
Rolf, jump it. You saw that, so you have a little bit of time to react with, like, I have changed my mind.
Or just continue. Both
I'm
are
gonna-
options.
I hear the thunk thunk, and I'm gonna go like, gonna stop myself from entering. Hey guys, is it safe?
Yeah. Now.
Cap, are you okay?
It is as safe as you feel like it should be. Is what
Oh
I feel
god.
like.
But didn't you say topside there was a way to dismantle the traps?
Yes.
Yeah, but we need you. So
Why?
basically,
Can
we're
I
gonna
look
we're gonna-
around for the disarm guard tower where they might a logical place?
I think I know
investigate?
where it is. I know where the guard tower is.
Yeah, it's also crashed, so like you'd have to go like not through the top. You'd have to find a way in the building and try to get it from ground level. Yeah, like the whole entire thing is smashed. So there are guard towers. Yeah, that would be a logical place to put them. It is Jacob, so he might be an ass and put it in his library. But I mean, like the logical place of
Logic.
guard towers are both crashed in from the top side, but logical. Yeah.
Rolf, just stay there. Alexa,
Okay.
Dash. We're keeping these things busy.
All right, your top side. Do this.
Oh,
Okay.
Uh,
So Solus and Gig jump down because they also get
NPCs.
like pinged.
Can I try to like, if anything happens with Solus, can I try to block?
Oh yeah, Solus is right behind you. She's just
Okay, cool.
and Gig is like right behind Captios and like
Talking, he's like,
yeah,
"Is that hurt?"
he's like playing on his Gig targets, like hit by an arrow goes through his shoulder. He just keeps playing.
so I guess I'm gonna Misty Step and run out of there.
Okay. So the first thing you're
yeah.
gonna do is Misty Step.
Yeah.
So Misty Step is 30 feet,
Mm-hmm.
which would put you here.
And then run.
For
however-
so
whatever-
first thing you do is Dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
Nice.
Shit.
Classic.
Classic. Try not to get injured.
Classic Dungeons and Dragons.
It's oh god. So it's 8 points of damage as you're clipped.
Okay.
That's go ahead and you'll make it at that point because running would double your movement, so you would make it without running to him.
Okay.
Cool. And then
And
we,
she's gonna try to get out of there because
yeah,
you
we
said
all
that.
hop out.
Yeah. Alex is
Well,
like,
funny story about hopping out. You mean climb out? It's not like
Yeah.
it was a 5-foot drop.
right. Yeah. Like Alexa's gonna go and then try to climb out.
Okay. So we'll segue over to Rolf because Rolf has his own action economy. He was staying topside. So as Rolf, you would see Alexa that finally makes her way over after getting like bolted. Do you change your course of action other than waiting?
I'm gonna try and just like investigate the broken down watchtower, see if there's any sort of like mechanism I could see or anything of the nature that might have collapsed that would say that it's unable to be turned off.
Sure.
You know, like one switch. You know.
Yeah, it'd be a far cry, but go ahead and roll investigation. Yeah, you're not too sure. Nothing is as obvious. All right, now you're at the far end of a collapsed tunnel, and you can very vehemently see at the far end there are like crossbow bolts, like boxes. They're like shooting out bolts, with movement at you. Classic D&D trap, bolt trap.
Down.
Far end of the corridor.
Oh.
So the corridor is like 10 wide. Like if you just follow the cobblestone path and use the fire building as where the portal room is, it's a lot like that, and you've got doors on the side. So it's just shooting you.
Are we able to climb out?
All right. Well, my next thing is that they trigger off of movement. Who's going to want to try to move out of the hole? And then how?
Can I turn into a bird and fly out real quick?
You can. Keep in mind if you get hit as a bird, you'll stop being a bird.
Yeah, that's like how high up is it? Like what's the?
Let's say 8 to 10 feet. So for the sake of mechanics speaking, 10 feet. You get out with a single movement and an athletics check.
So I should probably stay as a human and just pull myself out
Okay.
because I think that'd be enough to.
So you're
There-
committing to climbing out with your bare hands. I'll walk down, so I'll go through like the zoom side. So
Yeah.
Alexa's gonna climb with her bare hands. What is Sin doing?
How? When you flew in there as the bird, was it just that one teleportation room, or are there other?
It was the only one the door that was open
Mm-hmm.
and it was glowing, so that was the only one that I was able to see into. As a bird, I have very limited.
We need to go down this hallway then. Like our objective is to go down there. at
But
some
we need to
point.
turn off all the traps because we're just going. And you said that we could. That's why you needed me, right?
Ye- Can I use the thing that Gig gave me to create a line of fire down the hallway at the things to like burn up the?
Yeah, you have to rage.
Fuck. Okay, there goes that good idea.
Yeah, it's really any. Rage to just like get everything real excited, like yes.
Yeah, and I probably don't want to do that right now with all the demon things around.
Probably
That's
not.
a bad idea. So fuck that. I guess I'll try to climb out. I don't.
With your bare hands?
He keeps saying with your bare hands, like there's another option, like.
Just
Sure.
visualizing what you're doing, which is grabbing footholds and hand grips and climbing out.
Um.
Who would? you would probably be the best at climbing out, right, Sin? She's strongest, like, because I'm thinking, like, we also have rope and
No, 'cause
pittance,
she's-
so...
Mechanically, she's working at disadvantage, right? She's tired as hell.
Oh, so yeah, 'cause I'm trying to think, like, can we get someone up there and then drop down a rope and pit to make it easier?
I mean, I
Yes,
could.
you can.
Yeah.
So
I'm gonna Misty Step out of the room,
Okay.
out of the hallway.
Okay. Solus is like,
I'm gonna climb
Solus is
up.
like, that was cool.
I'm gonna take Solus. I'm gonna lift Solus up.
Okay.
Her.
Alexa's a little bit just like, you guys came down here to tell me you need me to come back up, and now we're all stuck down here.
Okay, stop scolding us, please.
Roll. So you're.
Can't.
You're just like,
Go ahead and roll dexterity, Sin, as you like lift Solus up.
Saving throw?
Yeah, you can do it at advantage.
21.
As the two of you argue, you do get hit with a bolt for 8. Solus, yeah, Solus. It's like, ah! Poof! Solus climbs up.
I grab Solus from the top and help her
Yep.
from this side.
Solus takes the help and looks down at everyone there. Does what she feels like was supposed to be the obvious thing, and she lets her hair down and gives rope, and like goes and finds
With
a
her
tree.
hair.
Whoa!
Oh.
Rapunzel style.
Right, which is like part Solus, right? Her hair is like Medusa style.
My first instinct is not to grab someone's hair.
It's fair.
will
So she like goes to the
grab it.
tree and like braces it so it's not pulling on her freaking scalp.
Yeah. Yeah, so I guess...
Yeah, I'll grab her hair. Solus, this is really weird.
You don't have to do it. You don't have to do it,
No.
Sin. If it's weird, if it's weird for
Solus
you,
gets sassy.
Let me up, please.
Solus, let me up your long hair.
so both of you go ahead and roll because you can get hit on the way up. Dexterity saving throws.
Both of us roll, okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were already up there.
No.
No.
Oh, I thought you flew.
Both of you take 3 as you climb up
Okay.
Solus's hair, and she unrapunzes the hair.
Hey
That
guys.
went well. Went really well, I think.
Alexa just takes like a deep breath.
Solus is like, what did we accomplish?
Nothing.
Well, we know there's traps down there. We have a hole that allows us to get in and out.
Holy
Captive.
traps! Holy trapper!
Captius, you said you know where to disarm the traps, right?
There are a couple of places in my mind where we could disarm the trap.
Does that
Jacob-
mean that you knew that there were traps before?
No, I've actually never been down there.
Okay.
We could have probably assumed that there were traps down there. I mean, Jacob's not an idiot, but
Yeah, I was figuring that out when I was
yeah,
down
but you
there.
just went down there without anyone. And Captius is like, he's throwing his hands up.
He's just like
he's
very animated. But you did
Yeah.
this. You just called me an idiot. You're the idiot.
Yeah, he doesn't like being called an idiot. If it's
Yeah.
which,
She's
like, in
like-
this case, he kind of was, but like,
He's kind of like,
Still doesn't want to hear it.
yeah,
don't tell me things that have happened. He's like, you know what? There's
we could
We're
check out
end
his
of world.
library. His library might have the controls. There are a couple other guard towers. That
Which Rolf confirmed that he's not sure. Like,
Yeah.
it's not apparent where the mechanisms go to.
which one's closest?
The guard tower that's Rolf is right in front of.
Okay, so then Alexa will go to the guard tower,
Ow.
and she turns to Captios. Would there be traps in the guard tower?
Actually, no. Topside, people walk around. No.
Yeah, it's
She's
like
just-
because guards have to be able to run up and
Yeah.
run down if there are traps.
Oh, whoops, my bad. We lost Fred today.
That was
Scythe got him.
And that was this rubble, right?
Yeah,
You
so
forgot to turn the scythe
it's
off.
collapsed. You can turn the scythe trap off. What's wrong with you?
So Alexa's gonna start kind of like moving the rubble to a point where she can get through.
Okay, so you're gonna just place the rubble there. Give me a strength check.
With my little tan arms.
Nat 20.
I think this place is built for having Ford with you, just moving things.
She's not forward.
She is not Ford, and with that 8, she definitely is not getting much done. Like she'll grab like a piece of
She needs like the tiniest pebbles.
stone. It's like it's not even moving. It's like yeah, there's something about physics.
I think this is gonna take more of us. I'm real terrified. I'm gonna be real honest, Rolf. I'm real terrified of you doing any more of that unexplained, really strong magic.
But you can't.
You mean you don't like my crack magic?
You can't.
Don't.
Argue
Can
with
we
the
just all
results.
work- Sin, can we like work together? I know that you're not feeling super strong. I'm also not super strong. Can we maybe all of us work together to kind of clear this rubble a little bit?
I'm fine. I go help her. Oh.
Gig said, like, I'm not okay.
So I think it'd be one of the things
A.
where you're just helping Alexa, so maybe it'd be like giving Alexa advantage versus,
Okay.
or because I'm not proficient in strength, so it's not like,
No one's proficient in strength.
oh, you're not wrong. So we're just helping each other
So is your goal,
to just move the rubble.
Alexa and Sin, just walking past Rolf and excavating fallen masonry?
Yep.
Okay. What is Rolf and Captios doing?
Captios is realizing that there's probably a backup set of controls somewhere. Because that's how most of these things work. If the only controls to control this thing are broken, like that just feels
not smart.
Yeah. So he's gonna shout down like, "There's probably another set of controls somewhere, guys. We don't have to." Well, we'd have to look around because I didn't have access to every single place in here. But I imagine that Jacob probably kept a set of controls very close.
Right. It's fair.
So like Alexa like let goes of like one of the tiny pebbles that she grabs and like, all right, and just turns around. It's like, all right, let's figure this out. So
the places he probably spent most of his time, from what I observed, are basically his residence. Like that's where he spent most of his time. We just have to head in that direction. The controls are probably in there.
What direction is it? Near like the dining room? That's the only place I've really been here.
Good question.
The southern area and the northern area. So where you met him the first time when he was eating, and very similarly the north side, where there's a huge swath of this crap over here, right?
Yeah, and that feels real dangerous. So let's do the southern
stick
side.
To the south.
Yep.
That seems reasonable. He did spend a decent amount of time in the south.
And
As
Alexa
opposed to
just
the east.
Alexa, like she's having a
Jacob,
rough day. She's just like trying to get stuff done. So she turns to Captios and she's like, I am going to go to the south area to see if there is a way to dismantle these traps.
Lead the way.
She's like, I will make sure that my intentions are very clear.
Yes, and he's being passive aggressive.
Yes. So it's like, are we just spouting exposition at this point?
All right.
This room is very fucked up, as previously described earlier in the session. Broken furniture, burning furniture. There definitely was a fight here. Dozens of corpses of the guards. It's been in disarray.
Alexa, you could probably ask a guard where the controls are. I can point you out to like the more senior guards.
You could.
Okay.
So
that's smart.
There's a couple guards with like a green emblem on their shirt, and that's basically like they were unit leaders. So they like controlled a unit. And I point her out. And I pointed her out to one, and I say, "There's your unit leader right there, Alexa."
He's controlling that unit.
Gig's like unit control now.
The unit commander.
Unit commander.
And they would know where the
fellow humans command.
Yeah, they were responsible for like
the trap
shifts.
Controls.
Well, they were responsible for shifts, right? So like
shift control unit.
What are they trap control rooms? What were they called?
The one time I overheard it, they called it the security control room.
Okay.
Yes. You.
Alex will open up her book, put the hand on there, like, where is the security control room? And she's like pretty sure the answer she's going to get a unit. She's pretty sure the answer she's going to get is no answer because they can always choose to say no. But she's like, I'm going to ask.
Which me not spelling cabinet correctly, and I'm not going to fix it. So
That's okay.
That person doesn't know how to spell cabinet, so it's fine.
they don't know how to spell cabinet either.
So I'll look to cabinet and be like, behind the plate cabinet.
Yes, the cabinet.
Well,
So it's like the cabinet or tent.
Cabinet.
Does Jacob have a tent
A plate
next to a
tent?
cabin?
It's a cabin tent. It's a cabin with a tent attached.
So what
to it,
would that even look like?
and it holds plates.
Is it like the roof is a tent, like a canopy, but otherwise it's a cabin?
I don't know, Captius. You know this place well. Where is his cabin tent?
it could be like literally his plate cabinet because he has a cabinet full of plates.
Cabinet. No.
Cabinet
that's-
full of plates in like the not in this room, but there's like other rooms where he has like all his dishes and his nice stuff, and like you could imagine that like it wouldn't be surprising to put an extra set of controls behind there. That's one
Where-
place. It could be in the armory because there's a bunch of plate armor and there's probably a cabinet full of plate armor.
Which one's closest?
The kitchen side.
The kitchen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which would be to
We're in the
east.
dining room.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Yes. You gotta take that food as far away as possible.
Sometimes you just
Which
need to have
is-
armor right next to your food.
That's true.
Which is
You
that
mean
direction?
You don't eat in your armor?
And I just point. I'm like, that way.
Okay.
Is this way?
Yep.
Mhm.
I'm going?
Correct. And again, not furnished, but the places look like a repped kitchen / larder, like medieval style.
Okay.
Okay. So where's all the plates? Where's the shit?
I mean, there are
Oh.
shattered plates everywhere. And
Just-
and as many cabin tents as you can look at.
I mean, we could just look behind all the cabinets.
I know like the plates are everywhere, but are some of the cabinets like knocked over? Or are they all,
well?
like, still-
I mean, the cab. Yes. So you can do the Sherlock thing and deduce what is the most likely plate cabin tents.
Yeah, and then also trying to see like if one has been knocked over, that probably was a plate cabinet. If there's like a change in the wall or something.
The thing that sticks at you the most is that there's one actually that is not knocked over, like still standing completely upright. And then you realize that you see a hinge and you see bolts,
So it's like a door.
Hmm.
or at least
So I'm
something
gonna
that
walk-
can't be pushed over like the rest of these have, as though they were just legs that pushed over.
So I'm gonna walk over to that cabinet. That's where I'm gonna say it's here,
Sure.
and I'm gonna open it.
All right, you pull it open, and it opens up like a door, and there is indeed a plate and a series of slides, like on an amp, like up and down, take 100% to 0. And they're all currently to the top.
Oh.
The lower one down.
All right, it goes like a lever, like a click, and it
Mhm.
clicks down. Much more like a switch, like on/off switch. Probably
And I
has
keep,
much
like,
more
looking around.
resounding sound for you. Like,
Cause she's just waiting for like some other trap of like you turn that off, well then you alter.
That's
you
usually
set off
not
this
how these
other
are going to
trap.
work.
all right, you
Most likely,
down the
it's
last one.
probably just you can turn them off as needed.
So you find
yeah.
like the equivalent of going to your house to sub panel, you them all off.
Gotcha. So then yeah, she'll work on just turning them all off.
Okay, you them off.
Okay.
Let's go back and see if that worked.
All right. So then going back. Gonna look down the hallway. Do I see all the stuff?
So you're currently topside. You have to jump down
You have
to
to
see the
go down.
stuff.
God damn it. I jumped down.
You jump down. Very bold of you. Nothing
Yep.
fires at you.
Oh, thank God. She's like, okay. Okay. Does the room straight ahead with all the portals, does that seem still as active, or does everything seem to be shut down?
No, it's still glowy. So it
Like-
seemed as active as it was when you were an invisible bird.
Like glowy from the portal, or glowy from all like the traps?
Portal, not the trap sigils. Those
Okay,
appear
that's
to be
I was
off.
like,
Alexa, should we jump down?
I didn't get shot.
Yeah, you
Paul
didn't really announce
hops
that. Just
down.
like, and I'm going.
He's like, I didn't get
Ruffle
shot,
hopped on right after.
Yeah,
so I
good.
think we're okay.
Jump down.
Okay, y'all
Jump
jump down.
All right, so
How many doors are there?
There's 2 on each side and 1 at the very end.
do you know what these doors go to? Like that front door is a portal room.
Like I said, I've never been. This is like high level clearance.
Oh, so you never
Top
saw like
security,
a blueprint or something. You just
white
knew
clearance,
it was here.
right? You need the white card to get in this.
Well, if I'd been, worked for him for 10 years and been an active, I could have probably gotten down here.
Okay.
Do you want to just try opening up these doors?
Well, if I know anything about doors and Jacob Whyte, I'm gonna
That's why.
investigate the door first. Like if I know anything about doors and Jacob Whyte. This is
So-
last thing.
You got a corridor. You got a left
Mhm.
side and a right side. You got door 1 left, door 2 left, door 1 right, door 2 right.
I'm gonna work right side first. So
Right side
door
first.
1, right side.
Okay, wooden door, reinforced. Just looking for traps.
Yeah.
Like, what's your intent here? Otherwise, you're
just
just kind of staring at a door.
Well, I'm basing it off of the doors that we saw in
The vault.
the vault. So,
To refresh, the vault had there was for the frame,
symbols. Yeah.
right? There was the frame, and then there was the door itself, and that's where you typically saw
Rings.
traps, and then mechanically would be near the lock itself, right?
Yeah. So I'd first look for like runes on the door itself to see if there's anything there.
So the door appears to be short on runes on the door itself, reinforced, mind you,
Mhm.
like wood reinforced with metal, and also there doesn't appear to be any on the frame.
Okay. I'm going to touch the door handle. Anything happen?
No,
I'm going to jiggle the door handle.
it's locked.
Yep, I figured. But you know what? You always gotta test if it's locked first.
Fair.
I'm going to do the same for each door. So right number 2, and just see if there's any runes. So if we just know that everything's locked, then everything's locked. But if there's like traps,
Yeah. So the other right one is also locked. One of the left ones is open.
okay,
The first left one is open.
I will open the door to the first left one.
Okay. You open the door to the left one. It's a very, very open room concept. It only has one very glossy wall on the other side, to the north side of that room. Everything else looks like mortared stone. There is a bed. There is a bucket. There is a small table and a chair. That's it.
Alexa, should we come down there?
You guys,
Yeah.
oh, I thought you guys already came down here. She said it was fine, but
Rolf
Rolf jumped
jumped
down.
down at least.
Yeah.
No, we jumped down, but then you like
But
walked
went
away
off.
and started. Yeah.
Oh, that's true. She's like, this one seems to be open. I don't notice any traps on the other doors, but they are locked. But I found one open one, and this one is there's a real
Cool.
glossy wall and a bed.
Glossy.
I'm gonna enter the room with her.
Okay. Similar thing. You've got a very open concept room with a bed,
Yeah.
a bucket, a table, a chair. One side of the wall is very glossy. So if we're talking about the corridor goes north-south, the lower western door, the left door, has a northern wall that is very glossy.
Got it. Is it glossy because of paint or glossy because there's some like
Magical
component?
effect, yeah.
Hard to say. It is just glossy, so it reflects light,
Got it.
like polished marble.
It makes me think of Luna Hope shoving her face into the wall and being like a talking. For some reason, that's what my brain goes to when you say glossy wall, and I don't know why.
Hmm.
Other than like the bed stuff, is there any signifier of what would have lived there? Because there was a bed. Like, is there any like hair? Any?
Gonna go for full Sherlock.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see like what would have been down here.
Yeah, so for some color, and because you are, and your character kind of is very Sherlock-esque, you do notice that there is, like, hair that is there, certain scuffs that are there. You spot a card underneath the bed.
I'm gonna reach for the card.
Okay, it's a very large, thick stock tarot card
Oh,
of the
wait.
Fool,
Mm-hmm.
and there's like you could definitely see where like some ink has like made like angry faces at it, like when you deface someone's property.
Like, is this for
Fine, yeah.
time? Is this where? How did?
Yeah, like Captios immediately would know that because it's one of the decks that she's
Yep.
used in your time there with time.
Yeah.
And this would make sense that he would keep her down here under armed lock and key.
At least at
Yeah.
first.
At least at first, yeah.
So where is she now? Dead?
We don't know.
Not in here.
Yeah, so
Not-
perception based. This looks
Yeah.
like that ink of what's been put on there. It's been a while, like a few weeks.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
that's
yeah,
been
so
there
she
for,
might not
like-
have been here when the attack happened.
Yeah.
I am curious. This glossy wall, can I see if it is a magical effect or if it's just like that's just what the wall does?
by staring at it. Like, how are you trying to investigate?
See if there's any kind of like aura to it or
There is no ambient glow, like signifying
Okay.
like I'm very obviously magical.
I touch it.
Okay, it's as smooth as glass.
Oh. Is it like a two-way thing?
There is a
Panel?
room immediately north of it, but
Maybe.
Mm.
I think we just keep that in mind. Unless like Captios, does that ring any bells to you or
No, not
Rolf,
off the top of
any-
my head. I'll
any dragon weird
yeah,
kinky
that
things?
would definitely be something above Captios' pay grade.
Yeah.
Could I just like break the glass?
Do you want to?
I
Okay,
mean,
do it.
Smash.
yeah, but should I?
No.
Looks around to the rest of the party.
I say you do it.
Please don't.
Lex is like, we
Please,
literally
please,
talked
please,
about
please,
the
please
demons, the weird things. Alex is like, do you need to see
Playthings?
Captios' picture again? Do you need to see the picture of what's on the other
He
side?
pulls out
so
the book and is
terrifyingly
like,
realistic.
Remember this?
All right, fine, fine.
is the
Gig
other
like looks us in like these fellow humans aren't that fun. Non-fun fellow humans.
I told her to do it.
Well, we've got one fun fellow human with lots
There-
of like,
Sin's getting like really pissed off about it.
and then he's
Like, Alex looks to Gig like, if not being fun keeps us alive, I'm gonna not be fun.
that is the definition of boring, fellow human.
Fair enough. I feel like she's like, you know what? That's fine. So then I'm just gonna step out and go to the other door on the left. Is that one also locked? So you mentioned the-
Yeah, the only one that's not locked is the one you're currently in. You've tested all the
Okay.
doors at this point.
Does anyone
Um,
have knock?
Does
No.
do you know where it's like? There's guards. Would any of them have keys?
That would be in the armory. Like
Yeah.
the keys, because there are keys. They're not just like doors open through. Well, that's
Yeah.
door. Some of them do open through magic. But
So we need to get. Where is the armory in comparison to this?
north.
doot,
I
doot, doot.
hate doors. Oh my.
The
fucking
number one enemy
God.
of the Soul Seekers is doors.
Ah.
It really is.
We could just bash it down. So
Really can't. We really can't. Like,
You can. It's an option, but knowing Jacob is probably there's something more,
Yes.
and I don't want to. I
Each of
don't
these
want
rooms
to-
is probably a laboratory. So if you
Yeah,
bash it down, it's probably going to turn on something in the room that we can't control.
right. Yeah.
Okay,
So-
so we have a couple options. We can try to get keys and try to get into these rooms to figure out what's in here, potentially get items that would help us in whatever is coming up. Or we can just go straight to the portal room, try to figure out where Ozzy went, where Luna went, if Jacob's still alive, that whole thing. Those are our two options.
I mean, I prefer the latter. I mean, couldn't you do your ping spell find person thing here?
Well, I think the problem is if they used the portal, it won't have mattered. They have to be within a certain distance.
And you saw Ozzy's footprints?
I saw two sets of footprints, and they both went towards the middle one, correct?
They both went
Yeah,
to
and
the
they
portal
both
room.
went. I can't.
Show me the footprints, because I can remember what Ozzy walks like.
That swagger. Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's only 2 sets, so it's pretty easy to point them out. They, because of Captios's photographic memory, they look like Jacob's foot size and gait. Same with Luna Hope's.
And the way you see me do this is you see me act out Ozzy's walk,
Like sassy walk.
like in the hallway.
It's that is actually pretty spot on. Gotta-
Thank
So
So I know
think
one
that's
is
what
Yeah,
Luna.
by the way, he does that walk. He's not as a man. No time to talk.
So, Ozzy might still be around because
waiting to
seen
murder
Jacob's-
us,
stride length, and that's Jacob's stride length.
You want to do the spell to figure out where Ozzy is, just so we can be prepared?
or rule it out.
Okay,
You know.
sure, why not?
Cast the
Here we
spell.
go. Yeah.
All right. 1,000 feet, right? He is not in the vicinity.
Fuck!
Brilliant.
Well, now we know.
But
Which
you've
is
got it up for an
okay.
hour. Concentration.
Yeah, like so at least it's there.
That's
So if he
true.
does get it within 1,000 feet, you know for that
And
hour.
mechanically, when I use a divination spell, I get another spell slot back.
Damn! So you get
No.
that Misty Step back, right?
Yep.
There you go.
So like this, the conditions are perfect.
But yeah, so I'm
So-
just like, I'm like concentrating. I'm like, I can't see him here. He's not anywhere around here.
Okay.
The portal that they went through with the footsteps was there banners in around?
There was one that I recognized from the
Bolt.
Would Captio still
vault,
any
but
better?
Captios, do you know where other other portals would have gone to? Like, if you look at this, would you at least have known where the other portals would have gone to?
The man with photographic memory?
I
Yeah.
think I would probably, at the very least, recognize the banners. So I could give you a general ballpark.
Okay. Well, yeah. If you look in there, there's a glowing of the one that was definitely used.
So yeah, so I walk up and I just look inside at the 3.
Roll 2 history checks.
2 history checks. All right, and I might use my 1d12s. So
In which case, the one that's related to the one that's glowing, that would be the first check.
got it. So here's the first check.
Oh.
Okay.
Nice.
Here's the second check.
Fantastic.
Oh my
Yeah, you
God.
recognize both of them. So the one that's currently glowing relates to a place east of New Haven, where the Seal of Gigareth is. You're familiar with that being one of his laboratory sections. And the other one is much, much further north near Nexus, near the where an observatory is.
And the thingies, we don't see like steps leading up to either one, right?
No, there are no steps leading up to those. They're
Oh, God
pretty much
damn it.
they're pretty much just on like 1-step pedestals, and the other one is the vault.
Is he going to take the demon fruit?
What?
He went to the Seal of Gigareth.
He did go to the Seal of
That's-
Gigareth, yes.
And
That's the
where
one that's
demon
glowing?
fruit
That's what's
is.
glowing.
Got
That's-
it.
The one
that-
shot that introduced.
That's where the
Gallon
demon
Robin.
fruit is from the one shot.
Yes,
God
yes.
damn it.
And
And
our-
it's gonna
our
come around
butterfly-
now, guys!
God damn
They're
it.
all just grown into Archduke demons.
All right. He went this way. I basically say that laboratory,
He went to the Seal of Gigareth. Like that, at
Seal of
least for
Gigareth.
Alexa would. And Gig.
and Gig's like excited. I don't know what's Gig's reaction. Immediate
Gig like
reaction.
is an enigma in a box wrapped
Okay,
in
got
like a
it.
taco shell. Like so he's just having a good time.
Yeah, he's gonna survive no matter what. So.
I think it's almost. I want to get there as quickly as possible, but like I think we might need to get ourselves better situated. And if this is a treasure trove of stuff that we can get to put ourselves in a better spot, the end of the world seems like a good time.
Now be in the stuff in his library, maybe is what you're thinking.
Well, you're saying that the keys are probably north,
The keys are in the armory, which
armory?
is on the north side. Yeah.
so we might need to we should probably get to the armory. So maybe we can get close enough and you can misty step past all the whatever shenanigans and get the keys because you know the area the best.
Yeah, I think we can try something like that.
Okay, let's do that because I typically am not one like arm up and get all this stuff, but it's end of the world. And it feels if there's ever a time that we should probably look at all these doors and see what he's got to make ourselves okay.
What do
Maybe
Sin and
now.
Rolf say, like, to that plan?
Solus hums in a harmony with Sin.
I think we should explore as much as we can and get as much as we can. I'm always for not dying.
And the longer that we wait, the longer that Ozzy is going to hunt down Jacob, assuming he's already not killed him, and kill him, which is my job. Just making sure you're all aware.
My job.
Okay, give the
My
Sin.
job. My job.
I write down in my
Talking about
parchment.
Sin's
Give Sin
job.
killing blow.
Sin's job.
So, well, this hopefully won't be a long wait. This is just like Alexa kind of like centers herself for a second to kind of like help Sin see her point of view on this, or just like understand where she's coming from. It's like we have to be prepared for if we can't convince Ozzy. And right now he can just touch you and kill you. He can touch us and kill us. He might not be able to kill you, but he can kill us.
Bad touch.
So it's going to take just a little bit longer, but we need to do something, get something that may be able to protect us.
And if there's nothing here, and we just still waste time anyway, then I don't know. It's fine. I mean, we're here. I'm not gonna jump through a teleportation portal by myself. Clearly.
Thank you.
Looks like I would.
This guy.
Captious, I'll go with you. And we
Oh,
are
I
going to
think
go
we should all go. I'm
We should
not
all-
trying to.
Stop trying to leave
the
me
demons
behind.
are upstairs.
Well, it's more the idea of like how strong we're like, are we going to keep going in and out of this hallway? In and out,
So-
hallway,
I mean,
out of the hallway, in the
Can I-
hallway, out of the hallway.
Maybe we should
Do
make
it.
like a rope stairs or something to get up and down faster.
We do have Solus's hair.
All right,
Can
so are
we
we
just
guys
sneak it?
going to the armory?
Yes.
Climb
Yeah.
up.
Right.
Climb back up.
Climb back up.
Climb-
So
Climb up. Climb
Captious
down.
isn't the most like strong person, so now his arms, you just see his arms just like hanging
Just like
by his
shaking a
side.
little. It's like
Yeah.
the long dark when you haven't been sleeping.
Mhm.
I mean, him and Alexa, they're it's like, this is not what we can.
All right, you guys climb back up.
All right. Is there a pathway to get to like here that avoids red mist?
You can go up the steps that are a bit bashed and dead bodies that are over here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let us take that pathway.
Okay. It's not that problematic. The room that is over here, although it looks nice and open concept, it's not. Definitely the site of people trying to get up here and not making it very like Greco-Roman on the stairs of like a Corinthian. Just
Mm-hmm.
yeah. You can see on the other side there's actually like a hole, like right here, made like broken through.
Interesting.
Is that the way to the library?
No, on
That
the
I
other
would
side
know.
is just the other side of the estate.
Is-
Like it's the
Oh, got
out.
it.
This is a weird question. Is the rubble going in towards us or away from us?
From the hole in the wall,
Yeah, like
away
was
from
the
you.
away from you,
Something
so they
broke
came from
out.
here into
Yeah.
there. Okay.
Actually, I think the armory, if we just go up, we might be able to connect in from the inside. All these,
Up here.
all the other places have multiple entrances.
Okay.
Safe assumption.
Let us try that then.
Yep. There's nothing barring that northern entrance.
Yeah,
I'm gonna take a quick
Which
look
I've-
through the
I've been
hole.
in before, right?
You've been through you've walked through the armory.
It looks like there's a lot. I'm gonna take a quick look at this ginormous hole real quick, and
Mm-hmm.
she's gonna take a look into like the opening of the room.
Okay. So you look at the rubble and the blast open. Looked like it was broken open by like kinetic force, so like bludgeoning type damage or something very strong. What are you trying to get out of the investigation?
What the room is that it's going into and
Getting into? It goes out to the outside of the estate.
It's like a courtyard on the other side. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's
Oh,
that's
okay.
like welcome to the end of your estate. I
Gotcha,
took
that's where
your
he just decided
basement
to
wall
go.
and then removed it.
Okay, gotcha. My brain for some reason thought that was going into another room.
No, it's not Legend of Zelda style. There is no hidden room there.
Okay.
That said, as you go into the other room, it is the armory.
Yeah.
And the other side being like a bit of a mess hall. So as you step out, you can see like the armory and like a pseudo like barracks set. So where Rolf currently is the armory. You can see.
Okay, so
Got
You can see very much like it's been very much taken advantage of from people that were using the armory. So there's not that many suits of armor, weapons, and whatnot there, but they exist.
But are there keys?
I mean, not apparent. There's not a giant says that says, "Here are the keys, guys."
Are there dead people on the ground?
There actually are no dead people here.
Oh.
No.
Captius, can you help me investigate and see if we can find the keys?
Hey, Buck, you froze.
Huzzah!
Oh no! Oh no!
So
Zoom!
close.
Zoom!
So close to getting through the entire end. All right,
yeah.
1 second. I will make him a leader. And we're back.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, but I was gonna ask if Captios can help me investigate to try to find the keys.
Yeah, and if we can't find them, chances are that it's on one of the unit leaders' bodies.
Okay. So I'm gonna investigate with. I imagine like Captios kind of like pointing out spots, like, hey, this would be like another spot that I've seen.
Yeah, basically, like I've seen people hang out over here. Over
Yeah, 27. So you do find out like places that they would go for that, and you see something that is very much likely where the keys are held, but the problem is it's in a box, like affixed to the wall. Like, here you go. Here's where the keys are.
Mm-hmm.
But that, however, is locked. It's very obviously in this box. Like, you can sign like a little symbol on it for the less than intelligent guards to say, "Hey, dummies, this is where you put the keys when you're done with them, when your shift ends."
And the box is locked?
But the box is locked.
God damn, everything's locked with stuff.
Can we break this box?
Sin,
Yes.
do you think you could take the butt end of Wraith and...
Let's not use Wraith. Let's use any other small
Fist.
weapon in this
I
place.
have a crowbar. Do you want to use the small crowbar?
So it's like, is it pink?
It's not pink, but it was in my stuff. It was not the pink crowbar.
Okay.
Fine, give me the fucking crowbar.
You could go find a rock.
No.
Okay. Use strength straight, because that would otherwise give you advantage.
You got this. I believe in you.
Nope.
And as she's doing that, I'm gonna give her my inspiration because I'm like cheering her on.
I would hold that because if you take advantage, disadvantage, it just nulls it out, and you can't have super advantage.
got it.
It'd be 8 again. Yeah, because unfortunately it's a...
Yeah, so it's like you're still cheering her on, but it's not inspiring her
Got
any
it.
more than she is. So you're realizing how tiring that battle at the Festered Plain put on Sin's body.
I'm getting so pissed off.
Do I remember?
She's like, I just want to destroy stuff.
Is there a key to this box that I've
There
seen
are,
people
and
use?
that's where
Oh
the
my
shift leads are.
Keys on keys. Everything
So-
is keys.
So I'm gonna look on the wall for the shift leader, like who's on shift,
Yeah.
because then I can look at the bodies and find who was on shift.
Ironically, the person that told you the answer where the thing was, like where the boxes were, was one of the shift leaders for that time and day.
All right, guys, I think we should probably go back, check his body.
So just like, God damn it. We're
There's a
just
catch
going-
quest.
Alexa, because she remembers where it was, she'll go with, like, are you guys okay to stay here? We don't all
No,
need...
we're all going together. We are all going together.
So
Gig's
everybody
like,
go.
This is taking a lot of time. Pretty sure
End
Jacob
of the
Whyte is
world.
dead. I could tell you if he's dead right now, but as a fellow human,
All
I
right.
don't have these
That's all-
powers.
Like Alexa's, like I think Alexa's also getting the thing of like Cinch is like let's get this other key. Let's get this other key for keys.
So, because you can't tell Gig what to do, he stays in the room.
I'm sure
just
Gig
plays.
stays in the room, just plays his gig
So
guitar.
Solus looks to Sin as you guys are like, should we just leave him like that?
He'll be
Yes.
fine.
I'm not gonna leave him.
Good.
He'll be fine.
I'm
All right,
gonna
you got
go.
it?
Yeah, I'm gonna
Are we
babysit.
staying?
Was
Jake.
it literally right there? It was literally just the door. God damn it! Everything connects. Everything connects.
Does Alexa find out that the yep. So as the party like has their different moments of frustration, Rolf, you stay.
Yeah, I stay.
Like a logical building that would connect. Why did logic not tell me? Just go down the room. God.
So Gig's like looking at Rolf like, hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you, Gig?
I'm doing great. Barrel. Seems like you got a lot of power there, buddy old pal, fellow human fella.
Oh, we need to not leave people alone with Gig. It's never a good idea to leave people alone with Gig.
Yeah, no, something's off. You know, I feel like just stronger.
Yeah, you are. You're like, you're strong. Just like takes a piece of like wood that's on the ground, like sculpts it out like a Maui size version of like Rolf, where he's just like swole as hell.
Ah, I look pretty good.
Yeah, you're welcome. He looks at this box mic. Rolf, can we just talk, you and me? I think we're being defeated by locks.
Yeah, it seems that way.
Is that a
doors
fellow,
and
is
locks?
that a human thing? Locks? Being defeated by locks?
Yeah, that's why they make them.
I mean, that's just... Do they? Because they're really easy to open. As he goes over and he like takes a piece of metal and he shapes it into a key and he unlocks the box.
God damn it!
Wow, you're handy, Gig.
I am! And then he closes, then he takes the key and then he closes the thing and then he locks it again. Then he just chucks
pretty
it
cool.
somewhere in the distance.
They're sure gonna be mad when they come back.
Mad at what? It's a locked box. It's the fellow human's mortal enemy. Next to doors, evidently.
Yeah, those pesky doors always ruining everything.
But is it the doors or the locks, Rolf? That's the question that devils everywhere need to know.
It's probably both, particularly
Both?
if you like. Yeah, the combination.
The combination, so together,
Yeah.
it's locks and doors, like arms
Yeah.
and legs, and then he
Yes.
creates another key with arms and legs,
Gig might break them all. Maybe not Rolf. Rolf seems fine.
and then the key like just comes to life, like hops off like Fantasia style and starts walking out of the room.
Oh wow, you can make so much money doing little kid shows.
Ash, really? Don't I have to create a bunch of them for that? So he starts like just strumming on his guitar, and then a bunch of them just start appearing and marching out of the room. So in other words, in the less insane part of this campaign, Alexa realizes the rooms connect. It looks like
He just screams into the
Sin and
abyss.
Captios make their way down to the actual room itself.
Yeah, I just didn't move my piece because it's all
Yeah, so
theater of
Alexa's
the mind.
having a revelation. Alexa, at some point, you're going to turn around and see like a stream of key-sized Beauty and the Beast things just walking out of that room.
Jesus. So
This is gonna be the greatest fucking arc. I'm so excited.
Captios, you do find, because you're taking the serious route, thank God, you find the guard again, photographic memory, right? And you're able to find, like, the key, but the problem with it is it's just the length of the key, not like the twisty. This is literally just a rod and the teeth of it.
you just see, because like Alexa sees the army of keys. You just hear
Yeah, so Captios
God
finds the
damn
key,
it!
time that Alexa finds the marching keys.
Does
I
Alexa
told you
pick
she'd
one
be
up?
mad.
Yeah, and
What-
she's like pissed. She's just like grabs one of the keys. She goes over to the box.
So what do you do
She
with
just
what do you do with the remaining 200 of them?
She doesn't even care. She doesn't even care.
Can I just
As-
strafe and just like whoosh, all the
Like-
keys in a row?
Yeah, like you're sweeping ants. The rest of them just start following Alexa, like
You know, okay, that's fine. Then she goes to open the like
a
is the-
mother duck.
She's like just so overdoing.
I go over to Gig and I like nudge him. Look, I told you she'd be mad.
That's because
Is the box
she's
still
no
locked?
fun, Rolf.
So pissed. She's just like,
Do you try the key?
yeah.
Doesn't unlock it. And then Gig looks to Rolf when she like immediately starts like twitches. I see now. That's fun, Rolf.
Like,
That is fun, Gig.
So I'm gonna take the key
I just
that
give him a little
have.
applause.
Oh my god.
He takes a bow.
And Alexa
Thanks,
just
human. You fell.
stares like murderous death, not at Gig, but at Rolf. Like, you're encouraging this. You are encouraging.
What is Sin and Captios doing? Other than I think Sin is sweeping keys.
I'm beating the shit out of keys. I don't know. I'm just swinging at them just for fun as I walk back.
Then this back doesn't have like a thing to turn. Do you mind just taking the end of it and just turning it up so at least we have a lever to turn the key on? You know what I'm saying? Like just bend the metal so that, because like the box itself is not like the deepness of the lock.
You could just attach another metal piece to the end of it.
Yeah, I could, but this is more fun.
Yeah, I'll try to bend it then.
Make a strength check. It is metal.
Oh god.
It's like taking silverware and bending it, but you know she's got good grip.
Is that a crit fail?
Holy shit! Yeah, you get a hand cramp.
Alexa just like looks at him like, or does any of those match any of these dancing keys?
So as you do that, they're like actually on formation, and as they do there, they start going in rank and file. So like 10 wide, and then there's one in the corner who's like rank commander just saluting you.
So I'm gonna go tell Alexa that Gig actually unlocked the box earlier and threw a key off in like that general direction.
I don't recall doing that at all.
You don't have to recall it.
It's true, I don't.
You wanna go look?
Didn't.
So is it already unlocked, or should you?
No,
lock
he
it?
relocked it. It's Gig. He relocked it.
Don't recall doing that either.
So Rolf, you watched this happen?
Yeah, it sounds
What do you
bad for
want me
him,
to
doesn't
do?
it?
Do you want me to fight him?
No, I want you to take the key out. When he unlocks it, just go in and be like, "Thank you, Gig," and take the keys.
Like,
He didn't
Not
open up the box or
Well,
anything. He
allegedly.
Allegedly. He just unlocked it, took the key, opened it up a little bit, locked it back up again, and just threw a key away. I'm
Allegedly.
not that fast. Allegedly.
where did he throw it?
Allegedly
I
throw it.
I point over in the towards the rubble to the outside, like he threw it this way.
Of course, it's in the rubble.
Does the key have like a hole at the end that I can put something in and like tire iron it? Because
You mean like the key, the head of the key? Yeah, they all do. Yeah, like think of a traditional like 3-hole at the end. Yeah, like locking key. Mm-hmm.
Got it. So I could take it and I could like put something in it and turn it if I needed to. Or do I even have to do that? Can I just like?
Yeah, you could go ahead and go crazy like that. Like right now, it's just a rod with the teeth. There's no like the 3-hole at the end, which you would grip and then turn.
Mm-hmm.
From what I heard, is like you want to just basically tamp through like another rod so you have something to turn,
Yeah.
which would also work. You just have to like do something with it.
Yeah. So I'm gonna find. I guess on the ground there's like metal scraps and stuff.
Metal. There's wood. Yeah. There's
Yeah. So I'm
scraps.
gonna like. I'm basically gonna like try to take another piece and then hold on. I want to see if I can use prestidigitation to create a small hole in the key.
I'll allow it. I think by definition you need something like mend, but it's too fun not to let you do it. So go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm gonna like use prestidigitation and a small hole appears, basically melts away, and then I'm just gonna literally take a piece of like a really small piece of metal, stick it in the hole, and just turn it.
Good. Well, we got the process down. So go ahead. Yeah. That happens. Meanwhile, Electa, did you want to do any of the Rolf suggestions for key retrieval?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just in case it didn't work, just gonna go towards the rubble.
Okay.
Look for the key that was thrown.
All right, that's where Alex will be for quite some time. So go ahead and.
She's just like.
Captios,
like
give me a sleight of
some
hand.
Stuff. She's.
Sleight of hand.
To make a makeshift key.
Sleight of hand to make a makeshift key. And see now, Gig's making me do it. Sing.
Yep. He's infectious, allegedly.
Allegedly.
Oh yeah, flawlessly.
Nice. Very
Yeah,
I
no
even
problem.
do a spin at the end. I like do
Yeah.
a twirl at
A
the
little-
end.
You have Final Fantasy, like you go ding. Just little light shines on it.
It's
Yep.
glowing.
All right, so you have yourself a makeshift key.
And I'm gonna put it into the lock and turn it.
It unlocks. Meanwhile, Alexa's in the other room looking for a key.
Alexa, I just unlocked the box.
You just hear, like, she's like searching through rubble. You just hear like all the rocks just slam on the ground. And she's like, "All right, let's go." It's just
You hear from the room. Gig's like, "Did you find that alleged key?"
she doesn't respond. She's
Because-
just going back to
It's
get
because it never happened.
Let's go to get the keys. To get the
Took
keys.
the other keys.
So we're climbing back down.
We're climbing back down. We'll first check the plate cabinet to make sure all the things are still
Yeah.
down. Okay.
You do the cautionary check, make sure they're all
Yep.
off. They are still all off. We'll montage because we're coming close to 7. Back down. You go back down to the hallway. No problemo. I'll move everybody. So that means you have a total of 3 doors that have been locked and have gone unchecked. 2 to the right, 1 to the left.
What do you guys think? Which one first?
I'm actually really curious about the second one on the left.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
I'm like, do you want me to open it or does someone else want to open
I
it?
honestly, I just open the door.
All right.
I just like, it's just
So I'm gonna,
so...
I'm gonna basically put the key. Everyone's like kind of around the
Yeah.
same area, next to each
Yeah.
other.
I lean over to Alexa. It's like, couldn't he have just used Penger to unlock these doors?
I will honestly elbow you in the gut if you get any close right now.
Ooh.
She's like so not having
Mom,
any of
like-
this. She's like, you see her just like reach for her pen, which like for most people just look like, oh, she's gonna write, but it's like a dagger. She's like, don't.
And the answer is no. In all the other cases, there was like a key that was conjured or like.
I thought you used it once to like go into the
It was
lock.
inspiration.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
has inspiration.
No. Basically, I had a set of keys, and I needed him to figure out which key it was.
I'm talking about when we were
in the
first
vault.
time
Yes, in the
In the
vault.
vault,
I had a set of keys.
downstairs by the.
Right.
Yes, I
that
had a
was
set
what.
of keys. I had a set of keys, and he needed to go in to figure out which key it was.
No, you're talking about the second half. I'm talking about session 1 of the vault room when we were in the garbage room.
Right. It was a
Robin
one-off
conjured the
situation
key.
that was inspiration.
No, Robin
but we
conjured
had
the
3
key.
room.
But yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so the one on the left.
Because we can't
Okay.
conjure the key then. It's
Alright.
a different situation.
Captain, this good news. You put the key in, you turn it, it unlocks. Your nice, satisfying click of victory.
Just open the door. Like, no.
I push
Open
the
the
door.
door. Okay, Sin pushes the door open. As
door open.
Capios is hesitating, Sin's just like,
It's like, ah! Man, doors. Kiggs is just like, he just takes out a book from nowhere and starts making notes, like doodles, just
Don't-
things
don't-
that frustrate humans. Doors. It's a
Doors.
page full of him drawing doors.
Different locks.
Some of them have like arms and legs, some have eyes, googly eyes. Some have like little horns and wings.
motherfucker.
It's like, man, why did I think about this? Just doors. Maybe like a room is just made of doors. Like there's no walls. Just
Universe.
they're all doors. Okay.
How to cause existential dread in humans. Doors.
He's like, yes. So you go to a room. First off, the southern wall. This is also very glossy, but it allows you to see the other room as though it was made of glass. There is a table there. There's a chair. There is a what looks to what would have been a book there, because you can see the dust differences like Alexa would with her Sherlock vision. Well, on the far end, there is a standing mirror. And there are things up against the wall, like a cork board. And like little, you can definitely see like pins, like little nails where things were nailed to it. And you
Look
can
at
still
the
see
books.
scraps of
Sorry.
parchment that the nails were attached to.
Is the book
Someone left-
open or is it closed?
No, there is no book. Like you could see the
Oh,
the
you
dust
see-
outline.
A book was there.
A book was there.
So
And
if
there's
someone
this-
was taking notes on someone.
Is the standing mirror magical?
It definitely appears magical, right? It does. like that's one of those things. It's like this is obviously a magical mirror.
Yeah. Anything on any like symbols or anything kind of is insinuating where it might be going or what it might be looking into?
Nope, you just don't know how to use it, but you definitely know it's magical.
What do you see
could
when you look in the
identify it.
reflection?
You could identify it, which would allow you to figure that out.
Go for it, Cap.
And currently the mirror is reflecting your current reflection.
Okay.
Got it. I'm gonna step behind the mirror.
Is identify concentration though?
No, it's a ritual, and I have it for a minute. It only takes me a minute.
Okay.
Because he's got a feature for it, right?
Gotcha.
Okay.
Okay. So you spend that time and doing your archive, and you had to identify it. So to go to the other side, you'd have to put dial in runes where you start at SG1 style to dial in the location. You've got like a video phone, I guess you could say.
Oh, okay. So it's like a interesting.
You've got your own personal Zoom call.
How big is the mirror?
It's body length.
Yeah, standing mirror. So
Standing mirror.
Big. Okay. So that's he was probably communicating with someone.
Yeah.
There's definitely a dial in for the vault.
So maybe Icarus.
Can we dial out?
Yeah, you dials out to whatever.
Let's
You
look
can
at the
connect
other
the dots
room.
that that's how Luna
Yeah.
was talking to you guys in the vault.
Ah, gotcha. I
Check
see.
the other rooms.
Yeah, check
Get,
the other
like-
rooms.
It might be worth coming back here because there might be something to his laboratory in the other place.
Mm.
Yeah.
Are there rooms
agree.
for that?
There are including the laboratories. Yeah.
So maybe we come back here and we can talk to whoever's on the other side once we
Mhm.
check the other rooms.
Yeah.
You could. No, it's okay.
Could.
No, I rethought it.
Got it.
Didn't want to send that thought out to the world.
I was good.
All right.
Yeah.
You started like I was.
What if? All right. So
All right,
what
let's-
next room you're gonna check in?
First right door.
First right
First
door.
right.
Also, who's opening it?
Captain has the
Me.
keys.
Sin
so-
is just takes the key from me. She just like
I think Sin's like
Oh,
overdone.
well,
Shove it
cool.
in.
Well, Sin, give me a wisdom saving throw for feels.
Feels.
Yeah.
Oh no.
All right, so you were definitely get a bit of a sadness wave because you
Oh,
open
no.
the room and you can definitely tell what was in here, and it's a place for constructing warforges.
Oh.
And you see plenty of things that remind you of Ford in here because this is where Ford was reconstructed. You even see bits of Ford that weren't like complete enough to like be his arm or his leg, like put in like scrap bits, like you were working on a car.
Oh.
Do I notice anything of value in the room?
Most of it's like,
You.
I mean, to be honest,
Sin would say that if you're looking for things of value. I imagine Sin would.
Rolf is no Alexa. You're welcome to roll like a quick perception to see if you like something jumps at you. You are a merchant, so you have a good eye for things of value.
oh perfect.
Yeah, you absolutely
Wow.
do. There are
Nice.
definitely a few things there that are very expensive in Warforged creation that aren't just like could be melted down for metal, like cogs, crystals, chambers,
So-
plates.
I'm gonna go and pick up these things I don't have obvious value, and I go over. It's like we never know when these might come in handy. These are things we were talking about before about preparing us for the end of the world.
You're like a Adele that's rationalizing why he's picking stuff up. That's kind of
Yep.
It's
So,
like I thieve for logic.
so you can put you can bring your 500 gold's worth of Warforged parts.
Are there any Crystallis crystals, or did
No,
Outright?
there's
Okay.
definitely smaller ones, like the equivalent of like baubles,
got
Like,
it? Because
like
he had
the sugar
said
dots.
got it. Because he had said that we were under the impression he had the
He did.
Crystallis
That
crystals.
they were coming. Yeah, that
Yeah.
they were.
Got
I mean,
it.
that's where you
yeah,
store
that's
things
right.
like in a vault, which
Yeah.
got pilfered.
Yeah.
Otherwise, one of the smart guards that probably makes more than he would in 5 lifetimes would just come down there and make a risk for it.
Yeah.
Let's try the other
Seeing
room.
Sid sad,
Yeah.
and Rolf comes out. I close the door quickly. I'm like, let's not go in there again.
After Rolf comes out, like, but look at this bag
Yeah.
of
Yeah, like
baubles."
Alexa, because like similar to how like Sin got affected, like Alexa will see like all the parts of like a war forge and just be like, she's already not in a good mood,
Mhm.
Yeah.
and I just put her in a worse mood. Like, if she could stare more daggers at Rolf, she would. It's just like,
Time to
let's go to the next
last
room.
door.
Let's go to the next room.
Okay.
Just gonna-
No one explained him to me. I don't know you have a
Yeah, it's
Warforged
true.
Well,
buddy.
you did see him, but he was just
No,
on a disc. Yeah.
Did I? I thought they
Mhm.
forgot about him in the woods.
Nope.
No, you carried him too. Like he was the. But you saw
Yeah.
him briefly before you left, so it's like maybe you saw him for a minute when they
Yeah.
dropped off Jimmy.
Okay.
That's the extent of it. You guys were traveling with the Warforged and you left him there. All right, last door. Who's opening it? Sin said.
Sinsad. Still.
Alexa will open it.
Alexa's opening it.
Okay, so the next room has a lot of was it like maps? So great interest to like Rolf, who's a cartographer,
Yeah.
right? Maps. There's like Wainwright tables, very carpentry-esque things, and there is notably a ladder down in the corner, like a hatch and a ladder down.
Further below?
Yes, further below.
Did there seem to be any traps around this hatch?
No.
Just prepare-
No.
So then Alexa's going to start going down the hatch.
Okay,
I'm
you
gonna-
realize that it's several hundred feet down, but it opens up into something very cavernous. So it's not like a straight shot down like a service tunnel, but rather you go maybe 10, 20 feet and you see like the cave that it goes down into. And a long corridor that it goes out. And you can see towards the end, like how light beams at the end.
Okay.
Something very large was to be stored there and currently is not stored there.
I'm
Dragon?
gonna take the maps.
So the maps are very interesting, Ralph. So you're a cartographer. This really plays well into your skill. That the maps aren't good for land routes, and they're not good for sea routes, and they're all air charts. Like
Interesting.
aerial routes.
So it details the air currents and the proper ways to travel.
And the proper way to avoid things like known territory predators and aerial predators if you wish to navigate like the equivalent of navigating around sea creatures.
Very useful for us, actually.
Yeah, so I say like, hey, I think I found a way for us to travel safer. I also think I found a way for us to know where he's looking at, because obviously these maps are more like area based, and you'd have more of a specific set you're going to travel through.
So for those that are familiar with like the Age of Exploration, all the routes that are there, they look very similar to that, but they use the air for how you go ahead and chart a course, and it goes to where the three places where the portals are. So the same place the portals are, these air routes would be.
Okay.
Okay.
Alexa, like from underneath, she's like, looks like something large was stored here. I'm going to move forward and try to figure out what it was.
I will follow her.
I guess
Why not?
we're following.
All right, so
Yeah.
you take a long time to go down this ladder.
Mm-hmm.
You go down to the base, and it feels like it has almost like a pier-like effect to it. Like you'd go across, and there are crates that are stored there for like food, barrels of water, sea of air thieves, so to speak, and then like a big old like hunkin' like higher dock area where nothing is there. You see-
Airship.
Basically, yes. Like Captius would be able to tie those together real quickly.
That he had an airship. But
He
it's
had an
gone.
airship.
But it's gone. So maybe he took it and fled?
Well, no, he went through the portal.
Maybe someone else took it in,
Yeah, like I think someone else took it.
or maybe it was never here when the attack happened.
Oh, goddamn, I know who took
Oh, I know who it is too.
Flip that.
Do you guys know any sky
347?
captains?
Yes, we do.
Are they trying to escape with some small
It's-
children? Maybe.
it. No, it's fine. It's fine. That's fine. That's
I say we have to go through that portal now. We found everything
Yeah.
we can down here.
Hmm.
yeah. Unfortunately, it wasn't anything to make us stronger, but we have some information at least.
Hey, maybe we could build our own warforge.
Said out loud.
Alexa gets like real quiet because like Gig had just told her that like Ford was dead, and then she's carrying this one. She's like, and she just looks at Rolf like it's no longer daggers. It's just a calm look.
Can I just punch him in the face?
Allegedly.
just, like,
No, I'm
yeah.
being 100%.
Yeah, you can roll an attack.
punch him.
Yeah, it's 1 point of subdual damage.
What would I roll? Just like a.
Just
Attack,
roll
I
as
think.
roll as Wraith. Yeah, you
Oh,
take one
I'm
off
so
of it.
sorry. I'm so
I
sorry.
don't think with Rolf's AC this is really a question. Yeah. Even with one less, so it's for more thematics than actual damage. You get punched, Rolf.
Huh? Ow! What's that for?
Looks like
Being a
let's
fucking asshole.
What did I do?
You don't just go and start looting things from Warforges and
I'm confused.
we just had to say goodbye to one of our party members who just happens to be a fucking Warforge. You know, the guy, the dead Warforge on the fucking disc when you first showed up?
Maybe vaguely. I'm not Captios.
Alexa puts her hand on Sin's shoulder. She's like, let's just go. Let's just go find Ozzy.
I turn. And I follow.
Go up the stairs.
All right. The gig, being gig, just floats up the side, but
Oh, I'm sure.
So we can either try to talk to whoever's in the laboratory, or we can just jump there. It's still glowing, so still active.
Jump.
Let's just go. Let's go. Just
do
go
it.
in.
Jump it is.
all right. So, is anyone? Let me ask this question: is anyone not jumping in?
No, I'm jumping in.
Okay, that's where we'll stop our session. Blindly stargate into wherever this portal takes you.
Yep.
Are we holding hands? And like, let's do
I
this
don't know
together,
if
guys.
It's not going to be Sin holding Roll Sandy after that.
That's fair.
I'll hold Captios' hand.
There you go.
Listen, don't take it personally. It's just a tiefling thing. Don't. I'm sorry. My
It's
real
okay.
self is like, I'm sorry I punched you in the face.
I mean, Alexa was prepared to stab him. She was just like, I'm ready to stab.
It's kind of like a mild response. I can only imagine like the Aussie response last time was like a pickaxe. So a punch is actually kind of like a mild fair warning shot.
If Ozzy was here, I'd be hiding.
Keep running. I'm sorry. What's wrong? I didn't know what I did.
Just gonna misty step away.
Constantly. Well, now you have that Misty Step thing,
Yeah.
so he get extra angry.
Yeah.
Get zapped in the process. All right, so we're running around to our time. We're actually a little bit early, so we'll go ahead and move over to after talk for some quick talks before the nominants. I'll see you guys there.
Yeah, see you there.
Bye. Chat. And on deafen.
Alright.
Hello. Do we have everyone? No, we're short.
Hello.
Nope, now we're not short anybody. Fantastic. All right. So, first session of the new arc. Number 16 for the season. Rolling into this. The world is ending on a comical fashion. Alexa, what's your favorite moment?
The keys.
Keys. Which key?
The army of keys. God, it's one of those things where like you don't want to rely on the NPC to do stuff, but then the NPC just like does stuff. You're like, God, fucking
In
damn.
the least helpful way. Because at the end of the day, that wasn't the key that you used.
Right. It was just like, God.
What was your favorite moment?
I really liked the part when Alexa just got absolutely like pissed off. I thought that fit her character really well about the keys. I also liked playing Rolf like with the missing the shots. I thought that fit thematically well. That steroid power coursing through him, he's gonna be a little bit off key on his aim.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Reminds me a bit back to his one shot. It's like, I've got new power. Shit.
Yeah. Very much so.
Mm-hmm. 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 About you, Captios, favorite moment?
Yeah, I think. Oh man, I think that the eyes looking out is just a thing to what's it called? Like a premonition of things to come, or like
Mm-hmm.
like what's bound to happen as the world starts to tear apart. Find that very interesting. Also found it hilarious how Alexa went down and then we just jumped down into the thing and got shot.
Yeah, traps. They're effective. Like the reason why people put it in there, they do their job. Sin, what was your favorite moment?
Do you really need me to answer this one?
Sure, it's gig related. Yeah. Which gig moment do you want to pick on?
just all of them. No, I love this singing. It's the best. This dumb fucking songs.
Which is an interesting allude to something a player did a while ago, which was they gave him a guitar. And ever since then, he became slightly more bardric.
It's amazing.
Goddamn big guitar.
The damn guitar.
And when he was drawing the doors with the little face and the little horns, you bet your ass I am drawing that later today.
It's like humans, fellow humans hate doors.
I also want to make sure that we highlight Capios's beautiful drawing skills.
Yes.
Oh my god.
What did it look like? Hold on.
What's funny is that's like my actual drawing skill. So like,
Well,
so speaking of which, Bob, season 10, if you need any commissions done, just let me know.
No, trust me, it's gonna be a thing now. Because I mean, like Nas at one point did like the world is done by one of his voice act characters. I think Samson, for funsies. Yeah, themed things by the players is always great. It's like Captios's new journal. This is what this thing looked like, and this is the other thing looked like. It's the same thing, but one extra arm.
I think my favorite was just how proud he was of that drawing. He's like,
Yeah.
Really...
Yeah.
We're just like, oh.
This is one of my better
It's like, can I
drawings.
toss it into the fire?
No, stored forever in the eternal library.
Which, like, that in itself was, like, really sweet, though.
Uh-huh.
Having him, like, because Alexa's gonna take it. And he's like, no, and puts it in that book in particular. I thought that was a sweet
It's
thing.
days.
It's been cached by the interwebs.
Yep.
It's there for eternity. Let's see. What was my favorite moment? There were just so many. Most of them gig related, I'm sure. The Fantasia keys was a fun one. The thing with Rolf, I think, particular, because there was a lot going on. I think like there's like, well, let's get some time to shine on like Rolf's side. I'm like, oh, being left alone with Gig, perfect.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was nice to watch that go down. That's dangerous.
Yeah, being left alone with
You
Gig
never
for any
know.
period of time is just dangerous. It's like he can't help himself. It's like putting an addict along with their substance. It's like even the best resistance, it's not going to be a good time. Or like Klaus from the Umbrella Academy.
Yeah.
Talking points. Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say it's definitely an interesting dynamic because like playing Rolf, you know, like steroided up on Magic is kind of fun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Gets a little bit less thinking and more like gotta use this magic.
Yeah, it's becoming very Sorklock. Traditional like multi-class stuff. It's very interesting. So talking points. Alexa.
I'm happy that Dante got his airship.
Again. The Fengrin 3.
Oh my god!
I like that we both realized at the same time.
Yeah, at the same time.
Yep.
And the tarot card, which is left behind.
Mhm.
So she doesn't have it in her deck now?
One of her decks.
Right, okay. Huh.
And also they were observing time and like
Yeah.
well, which means like it makes me think that like that's where they probably kept other experiments,
Yeah. Yeah.
and that's how he observed them and kind of went like, okay, like this is what they're doing now. Like probably Luna was in there at one point. Probably Sin was in there at one point.
Sin was never on this side. Sin was always on the Freeport side. This one's the Crystal side.
Right.
So I mean, like you could say like Ozzy would have been in there. Maybe.
Yeah, that's like
Yeah.
probably Ozzy was in there, and like Luna Hope was probably in there.
Oh my god, that's sick.
Well, Jacob is.
Yeah.
Pretty
Yeah.
sick.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's very interesting, and like I'm like trying to figure out because Ozzy knows Jacob. So did Ozzy follow them? Because like the interesting is out of character I know that Ozzy has wings, but in character I don't. And like the fact that I couldn't see Ozzy's footsteps, it's interesting to try to actually figure out where he went.
Yeah. I think with everything that's going on, like you could definitely tell that Ozzy went out the hole. I didn't highlight it because I think you kind of connected them dots.
Right, well, he went there, but, like, where did he go after that? Like, I connected dots, so that's how he left, but, like, is he going just to all the other places that Jacob Whyte has?
No, it looks like he's got something specifically in mind. And he did not follow them down. So he did not go through the teleporter, which you guys did. So arguably, you guys now are on a similar timeline. Like, because you teleported. He had to travel.
Gotcha.
So that's the loot for getting that. You guys are now doing the Emperor's New Groove, and by no means why would one appear before the other.
How did you get here first?
By all intents and purposes, we shouldn't. Yeah, so that helps you line up time-wise to be around the same time he's getting there.
Oh God.
I wonder what's gonna happen with the demon-possessed, like, fruit objects that we left behind in the one shot.
Well, yeah, like, there's that. I'm really interested about, like, the tear with, like, the demons and the creepy creatures, and, like, did that happen because Ozzy used his powers, and will that continue to happen as, like, people, like, as, like, Sin starts to use their stuff? Like, are tears just going to start appearing?
Yeah.
Is it because the death is all messed up?
Yeah, it's very interesting to try to figure out, like, what actually is causing that. Like, is it just, like, oh, like, that's going to happen over time, or...
You know, Aurora is an infernal, existence, basically.
Well, I will throw one thing out there, because it has been so long that to ask that from memory is unrealistic. Do you recall what Sagittarius said to Cassandra? And also Juniper? Which was...
like, she was going to destroy the world, or...
What did the world look like?
I don't remember.
I don't.
Okay. The world looked like it had turned as dark as charcoal with rivers of red, and she was leaving on the back of a dragon.
Oh, right. Oh, God.
Oh.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Oh, God.
So that was very, like, premonition-esque. Going back when Sagittarius was like, I cannot allow this to happen. I cannot allow to bring Atlas in the world.
Oh, shit.
Would this have happened if Atlas was not brought into the world?
I think eventually. Like,
yeah.
The idea is, and that's kind of like the idea, like, eventually someone screws up. And if you think of other things, such as, like, how premonitions work, you can just say it, and then, like, eventually, statistically, it'll happen. Then, like, it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah.
Because, like, by the looks prophecy. Yeah, like, because by, like, the looks of events that we've seen, none of this was caused by Atlas coming into the world. From what we've
seen so far, yeah.
From what we've seen so far.
I mean, part of it, like, Elo is probably, like, more active because of it, if I have to guess.
Correct. Like, out of character, Elo is active because Atlas is here.
Gotcha.
What would happen if you mix two different immortal dragons' blood together?
You would have a very weird combination, but, like, stronger. You'd eventually start going towards, like Bahamut or Elo levels, because eventually, if you merge them all together, you'd effectively get, like, the Elohimian.
Would you essentially say
like an astral dragon?
Yeah. Interesting.
Like,
that's cool.
It's like the Ten Tails.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
I think those are my big talking points of just, like, things that I saw. So I'm just really curious, but, like, I can see the webs that you're weaving, and I'm very interested to see where they connect.
Okay. Any other talking points you'd like to add in there, Alexa?
Gig would be the death of Alexa.
Gig will, yeah, not wrong.
Traveling with Gig for that long, it might just break Alexa. I'm not positive.
You don't need to have sanity points in a game where a Gig exists. He'll do it for you. Either you'll hop on the crazy train for good or for bad.
Like, Sin's all, like, happy, and Alexa's just like, this is my own personal hell right here. Just traveling with Gig.
Oh, I like it because I get to play a little bit more chaotic, like how my alignment is.
I'm gonna give you a heads up. Alexa might stab you.
Get some use out of that pen.
Yep, she doesn't stab people that frequently, but she might stab you. So just be prepared. It might
Why is she
happen.
gonna stab me?
Allegedly.
Oh, we are so fucked.
Yeah, the world's gonna end. There's nothing to do.
Whew.
About you, Dale, talking points besides your eminent stabbing. Eminent and like uncorroborated, unsubstantiated stabbing.
Especially after I helped her out, like.
I know, right? So ungrateful.
I think she hit on a lot of the major ones. I'm glad that things are progressing. I'm excited for how it's going. I feel like it was a good intro to Arc 3 or whatever. But like I also feel like there's a lot left to unfold before like I have any sort of real ideas.
Okay, doke. Lots of things baking in the oven. What about you, Captives?
Dude, we spent way too much time walking through a hallway. Like,
We went through that
3
hallway
hours
so
trying to get
many
through a
times.
hallway.
We went through that hallway like 4 times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is the highlight of the estate was the hallway.
Yeah, it feels like the estate as a whole is like even the first section was very much just like a talking, like figuring out what's going on. It just felt the same way. It was good.
Mm-hmm.
It's like getting our bearings set after a month off.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it's a good time for an investigative sort of scene to get back into character.
Mhm.
Agreed. But you, Sin, it's been a while. The hype train was at full steam.
Yeah. I mean, my rolls today were really, really, really bad.
They were
I could
Dell
tell you were
levels.
like I know
Yeah.
that like Sin was getting frustrated, but I could tell you were getting frustrated. Just like I just want
Yeah. I mean, like, it made sense, but like in character as Sin to not be able to do the things that she tried to do with those roles with Gig around is really fucking frustrating. To be his knight and like be fucking up on like dumb shit like this is like really no bueno to Sin. Like, this is not going well. So that sucked. That really sucked. That's it.
The funny part is the minute that we get into like an actual encounter, Solus can erase that exhaustion point, right? So like all it would have taken was like us
An
fighting
encounter.
one thing.
Well,
But
and
because
building
we
the
were
temp
just
FP.
And she?
Yeah, you have to read her thing. She can.
I didn't know
erase-
it applied to exhaustion.
Yeah, check her new thing out.
It's a new thing.
It's a new
It's
thing,
something-
and they even changed the name, New World Hope.
Clear
I mean, there's
vision.
another one that's super important. Again, the know thyself piece of it, because protection from evil is very strong, Alexa. Just gonna throw that out there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. The 20 temp HP from builder at the start of your turn to remove a point of X. Okay, got it.
Yeah. And absorb
I
elements
see.
is no slack either. If you're not familiar with the spell, that's resistance and 1d6 off after that.
Mm.
Oh well.
Yeah. Rolf's, and since there's like not a single Rolfism in here, Rolf's thing is gonna be next session. You'll be introducing a new NPC. It will also tie in a few threads that you were theorizing in Arc at the end of Arc 1.
Interesting.
Okay. Concern
Like the
levels?
doctor?
It's a doctor, yeah. He's gonna be the person you run into very, very soon.
Oh no.
Come on, he's gonna love you, Rolf.
Oh yeah, he
Ha!
is.
He's gonna love you.
Oh, I wasn't here for Arc 1. This is interesting.
We're gonna see what he might. It's gonna be
He's fucking ugly.
Yeah, he's just like be prepared if he's gonna start experimenting on you while you're sleeping.
Oh, he's that
Yeah.
type of doctor.
Oh yeah.
You'll wake up without a kidney or something,
Mm.
replaced with a mechanical
I
one.
don't think it'd be kidney as much as it is like a whole area of skin on your arm.
Yeah. He's basically, he experiments on dragons. He's like obsessed with dragons.
Yeah, he's trying to make his own Dragonborn. Is his was at least what his original goal was. Who knows what it is now? Who knows where he's doing now? But that was his original goal, was to try to make his own Dragonborns.
He's actually a reasonable ally against Elo too. Just saying, if you're trying to align with anyone that can help you.
Oh, he looks very different now, by the way. So this will be the teaser that I leave with as my talking point.
Mm-hmm.
And you can definitely tell where I pulled the damn thing from, because based off the name of the series, it feels inappropriate not to have. Now that Vine is back, his body has been restored.
Oh.
More realistic.
Oh. Dude. Creepy.
Yep.
Oh, wait, I know who this is.
Yeah.
You do know who this is.
Yeah.
Yes.
I also know who this is. This is
Wait, what
Weird
do you
Time.
mean?
Here's another one that gets his creepiness down a little bit more.
Yeah, you get the right look of.
When you say you know who this is, what do you mean by that?
The source material.
Oh,
Yeah.
got it.
I think this covers the insanity piece just a little bit more. He's a little
He's got
off-kiltered.
the insane. Yeah. There it is.
Oh.
Not silver hair. Green, but yeah. Also not a gigantic fucking bolt through his head.
Yeah.
Man.
But yeah.
Yeah.
It's assembling the best good people team.
Yeah.
You got Gig,
Totally.
you got the Doctor,
Oh god.
Jacob, Ozzy. The only questionably good bean is Solus, but you've got Nova, who's sadistic as hell.
Yeah. Like,
But to some extent, you kind of have to. There's this. I don't know if anyone's watched Justice League Unlimited, but the very last episode, they basically get all of the good guys and all of the bad guys to fight the hordes from Apocalypse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which is very reminiscent of what's
It's kind of the
happening.
idea of what's the use of being a good or bad guy if the whole world is just going to end?
Right, exactly.
Exactly. So you have to have something that affects both parties. It's a very interesting rallying, and how much people are able to deal with their own personal demons, so to speak.
Yeah.
Although Gig's gonna have to create a dungeon of just doors.
Oh my god, you know he's going to do it. Can Gig affect dreams?
Yeah.
Because I imagine he's just going to wait for Alexa to be asleep, and then just give her dreams of doors, keys everywhere, and it's
He's gonna do elephants on parade, but it's gonna be keys.
oh, yes. That's exactly how I saw it, too, in the fucking... It's beautiful.
jeez.
I'll be right back. Can go use
Okay.
the bathroom.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I think
This is it.
Gig's going to break Alexa. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what time, but it's already happening.
Soon. Well, we've got a few more sessions on the arc to get through that. Gotta live long enough for that, Alexa.
You're not wrong.
That insanity piece. But you did avoid all the potential combat pieces there, minus the traps.
Well, yeah, what were the potential combat pieces? The things coming out, I'm assuming?
Yeah, things coming out.
Would that have happened if Sin kept using Wraith?
Mm-hmm. Basically, so the Wraith stuff. So if she would have raged, it would have instantly happened.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yep.
Glad I didn't.
Or evoking more on Gig. You're Gig, solve these problems. I'm meh.
No, I know.
Yeah, I was the first level of Captios' stuff is what's it called? It's you can
Fabricate.
Yeah, and I was I could just fabricate the hallway. Technically speaking, right? I could take all this rubble and basically remove it.
Yeah, you could have fabricated and made an archway out of it.
And I was nope. You gotta hold off. You gotta the whole point is that if you get desperate, That's when it gets you.
That's how gig works. Yeah.
Yeah.
When you get desperate or idle.
Yeah.
He is a devil. Yep. It's a fellow human currently. Human fellas.
Oh my god. I was waiting for the time that it was just Gig putting the words down to Alexa, like, this is not how death works.
That would have been so funny.
I think that would have done it for Alexa. I think that would have been the time.
Yeah.
That she would have just been like, fuck it. Just fuck it. Just
I'm back.
go. It's like I'm just going somewhere else. I don't know where.
No, sometimes
Where
it's
you
a
gonna go?
long game. Like, eventually you'll be towards the end and then asking a question to a dead person and being like, you know, you got to question every single thing you've done now.
Oh dear, that's probably going to happen. I bet you
That's
Gig just
more
knew where
Gig,
everything
yeah.
was. God damn it!
If all
Oh,
this entire
no.
time she actually just had a pact with Gig. think of when
That
she
would be
got her
terrible.
pact. When was she her pact?
When she went to Avernus,
Uh-huh.
I
We'll end on that note. See you guys next week.
I swear to